This conference will now be recorded.
Test, we are checking for sound in the lobby. Melissa, can you hear the sound in the lobby? Okay. Okay, we will reconvene following the recess from June 8th at approximately 9:55 p.m. last night. Before we get started and with proceedings tonight, I'd like to go over the remaining outline for the public portion of the hearing. First off tonight, we will hear testimony from those remaining experts from both EDP Rail Splitter and Invenergy. There was some confusion last night regarding the length of the testimony allowed. Each objector or supporter signing in more than 24 hours in advance is given the opportunity to give statement and cross-examine the petitioner. The defined period for this testimony is 90 minutes. The first two objectors have signed in separately and therefore were able to present 90 minutes each. However, in an effort to reduce redundancy testimony, they, although they are admitted competitors, have worked together to organize their similar content related to subject matter so that we didn't repeat. Having said this, there are 3 other individuals who have signed in more than 24 hours in advance who will be called upon following that testimony. They too will also be given the opportunity to give statements and cross-examine the petitioner, or they may decline and wait to give statements only during the public comment portion of tonight's hearing. Once all objectors and supporters wishing to give testimony have spoken, then we will be brought back up in the order of the statements where they were initially made and given 30 minutes to cross-examine the petitioner, and following which the petitioner will have 30 minutes to cross-examine each objector. Okay, And so where we left off, EDP and Invenergy needs to pick up at this time.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Are we on little c or little d? Are we still on C?
We are on B.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for ready to begin. I just wanted to identify for the record that yesterday Invenergy handed out exhibits 4, 5, and 6. 4 was the Massachusetts health study that Dr. Ellen Bogan referenced in his testimony. 5 was a summary of the Health Canada study, which was referenced multiple times. And 6 was a paper by Ellen Bogan, Roberts, and Hankard on wind turbine health issues. And I've also passed out earlier before the hearing exhibit number 7. Exhibit number 7 is a document from Vestas, a wind turbine manufacturer, which explains and corrects another exhibit that was presented by the United Citizens of Tazewell County, that Vestas does not have any standard setback distance that it recommends for its turbines. And moreover, Vestas' statement provides that it employs thousands of service and maintenance technicians who work safely within close proximity to wind turbines every day. And that is on the second page of exhibit number 7. With that, we're ready to continue with our PowerPoint presentation with our next witness, who has already been sworn in. John, go ahead. So we have the PowerPoint up. Well, I can get started just in the interest of time. So my name is John Eckman. I'm an environmental manager at Invenergy, and I work on the environmental compliance and strategy team.
Okay, I'm gonna have you lean in and speak as close to the mic as you can.
Is this better?
Yes.
All right. So before I begin and discuss the actual ordinance, I wanted to start by quickly introducing the environmental team here at Invenergy, and then also talking about giving a brief overview of the approach to developing a wind project from the ecological and wildlife perspective. You can go to that next one there. So just to start, Invenergy's environmental team, we have over.
You need to talk louder and closer.
Is this? There we go.
Or turn up the volume, Melissa.
Is that better? Okay. So our environmental team has over 20 environmental professionals who have various degrees of expertise. We have wildlife biologists, wetland specialists, permitting specialists, and each of us are responsible for overseeing multiple years of environmental surveys, wildlife specific surveys, at every single project we develop. And for each of those projects, we work directly with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the relevant state agency. So here we work closely with Illinois Department of Natural Resources. And as Sarah mentioned, we've developed several projects here in Illinois, and we worked extensively with those two agencies throughout that time. So what you see up here on the slide is what I'll go through before I get into the ordinance. And so what I want to do here is at least just set the stage and provide you the framework of how responsible wind energy companies develop projects from an ecological and wildlife perspective. This is a multi-year process. It's a number of different surveys, so I'm going to try to succinctly say all of that in a minute here. But to start, we're developing a wind energy project. Our team utilizes a document that U.S. Fish and Wildlife produced. It's called the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Land-Based Wind Energy Guidelines, and that is a comprehensive tiered approach to evaluating a site from a wildlife and ecological perspective. Essentially, the way it works is from the very early stages of development, it starts with a high-level landscape screening to call out or identify any potential ecological concerns, habitats, and then as the development process moves forward and as you advance through each of these tiers that you see up on the screen, the surveys basically narrow in focus and essentially what is the bundle of all of that is 2-3 years of wildlife surveys. So quickly, it starts with a tier 1 landscape level assessment. You're utilizing publicly available data provided by the agencies, and you're looking at a large area and trying to identify any potential risks or resources on the landscape. This is the earliest stages of development when it's basically just a concept, a dot on a map. And then from there, you're working with our development team, refining that boundary. And then as you have kind of selected an area that you feel is more appropriate to develop in, less resources, we move into tier 2, which is site-specific surveys. And at this point, we're hiring a team of expert consultants, wildlife biologists, and starting to conduct actual field reconnaissance and site visits, looking at habitat, trying to identify new resources within the project area. At the same time, we're also starting our consultation with the agencies. So you're reaching out to Fish and Wildlife, you're reaching out to IDNR, gathering any information they have, any recommendations they have about the area, in developing a wind project. And then we are consolidating all that, working it into our layout. And then we move into tier 3, which are wildlife specific surveys. Those are multi-year surveys studying avian activity, studying, identifying any nests within the project area. And at the same time, again, this is multiple years, throughout all of that process, we're coordinating directly with the agencies, meeting with them, sharing our data, meeting with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Department of Natural Resources, hearing any recommendations they have, and talking through all of that data and the entire project, and developing site-specific siting strategies and operational strategies. So that is a high-level overview. All of that is incorporated into our layout. It's incorporated into our operational strategies to avoid and minimize any potential impacts from the project. And so all of that is wrapped up in one document called the Bird and Bat Conservation Strategy that summarizes everything, summarizes our agency coordination, and also serves as a document for the life of the project. So if anything changes, that document serves as our go-to, and we would update and change anything for the project if needed. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. So I want to talk about a few of the proposed requirements in this ordinance and why they should not be mandated and why they don't follow any of the guidance that I just referenced, and why they would not be appropriate for a county to adopt as a mandatory requirement. So from an ecological perspective, looking at turbine height, as Sarah mentioned, and as we talked about, turbines are evolving, becoming more efficient, getting taller. What that allows us to do from an ecological perspective is you're actually seeing some benefits in the fact that using taller turbines, we're reducing the number of turbines on the landscape. Sarah mentioned a project in McLean County, we were able to go from 94 turbines to 64. That's a significant reduction, reducing the footprint. In addition to that, by utilizing larger turbines, you're actually increasing the spacing and opening up the area more. And then finally, as it relates to wildlife, by using taller turbines, you are reducing the overall rotor swept zone, which is the area that the turbine's spinning, which is the area where there's a potential for wildlife interactions. And we found, using the McLean example, the overall rotor swept zone by using larger turbines was reduced by 10%. So that's why we don't feel it's in the best interest to adopt a turbine height setback or a turbine height restriction there. Next, I'll talk about the 1.5 mile setback for eagle nests. We certainly agree eagles and eagle nests need to be accounted for in your development process. That's why we work closely with the agencies. That's why we do specific surveys to identify if a nest is present. Beyond that, we study how eagles are using the landscape. We communicate all of that to the agencies and gain their feedback, and talk about siting strategies, talk about what setbacks might be applied. So that process, which is outlined in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Wind Energy Guidelines, that is the process that we feel is appropriate to develop a setback. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife IDNR, they don't have the mandatory 1.5 mile setback. They understand that you have to incorporate species biology, survey data to establish a setback. We don't feel that a 1.5 mile setback, an arbitrary number, is appropriate because you're not accounting for species biology, agency feedback. So again, we feel it's most appropriate to follow the guidelines, coordinate with the agencies, establish your siting practice. Last, Identiflight. I believe there was a question yesterday about what this is. So Identiflight is a relatively new technology. It's a camera. It's essentially a complex camera system that integrates into the operations of the project and is used to identify specific species on the landscape to some degree of accuracy and used to inform operations. We've been tracking its development. We've had direct discussions with the Identiflight team about what its capabilities are, how it could be used. I think there was a comment that it's being deployed regularly. Based on our discussions with them and our understanding, it's being deployed at a very small scale, at very targeted projects that have a very specific species risk. They've identified an issue. They have a species that is present, and this camera system is being deployed to address that issue at a project. So it's a handful of projects, as far as I'm aware, that it's being deployed on. It's not at a place in development where you could deploy it at every single project for any real value there. And again, the entire wind energy guidelines, the process is you address risk through your project siting and operational strategies. This is a tool in the toolbox, but not something that should be mandated at every project. It's not developed at that point. It's not intended to be deployed at every single project at this point. So with that, I just want to say again, I don't think this should be mandated, and that's all I have today. Thank you. Our final witness is Mr. Mike Maroos.
And were you sworn in last night?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay.
My name is Michael Maroos. I'm president of Maroos & Company, which is a real estate appraisal and consulting firm located in Park Ridge, Illinois. I attended and graduated from University of Illinois Champaign School of Finance, and I have a tie into this area. I was married in Fulton County many years ago to my lovely wife in Canton, Illinois. And there was some discussion about the consultants working for developers. I have 50 plus public body clients, and in fact, in Tazewell County, we have appraised 20 major properties for various taxing districts, including the Pekin School District. We appraised the Caterpillar distribution headquarters, 2 million square feet in Morton, Costco, Sam's, Walmart, probably about 10 hotels. So we've been very active in Tazewell County in my experience. So I have the MAI designation, which is the highest form of professional designation in the world. I've sat as president of the local Chicago chapter that pretty much encompasses most of Illinois. I also was invited to the Councils of Real Estate, and I also have the highest licensure of an appraiser in the state of Illinois and multiple states around here. So in my career, I probably appraised 15,000 properties, $20 billion of assets, but have done quite a few value impact studies, not only for energy projects, but also for development or against quarries, landfills, industrial facilities. And I'll go through, but we look at the same issues, the economic benefits, the stress on the infrastructure. We also look at the job benefits, the money that flows in via taxes and other fees. We also look at sound, smell, traffic, noise, aesthetic issues, which a lot of times are really kind of a taste test in our evaluation. So in this situation, we did not do a full study because we're not looking at a specific farm, but there is a farm here that we took a look at and we did some studies. So I've looked at 30 wind farms in probably 10 states, from the Dakotas all the way to upstate New York. And we look at the same issues. We look at the professional reports. We look at the 30 dBA, which I'm learning a lot more about sound, and the 30-hour flicker, and the setback issues that become an issue. Then we look at the economics, and we look at the appropriate controls. But what was done in this situation briefly is a brief overview of what's going on in the economy. So let's go to the next slide. So this is just kind of some of the wind farms that we've been involved with. And so let's move on to the next. So generally, when we're kind of doing an analysis, and this is an art, it's an opinion of value. And I can tell you the last 2 years, because of the volatility of interest rates, the pandemic, the inflation, it's kind of been a great perfect storm for appraisers because numbers have been all over the place. And you look at the retail market and what's happened with big box type situations compared to the explosion of growth with Amazon. It's changed all sorts of real estate, created significant gains, significant obsolescence. So in this situation, I'm going to touch on the matched pairs first, but then I'm going to go in to we look at the economics, we look at peer-reviewed studies, and we also, I do what's called an assessor study, which I'll get into at the end. So a matched pair analysis is basically trying to look at house A within a reasonable distance of turbines or multiple turbines, and a similar house in the same area, generally in the same school district, in the same township, and try and adjust to see if there's any impact based on the turbine or the wind farm. And so we probably looked at 100 plus throughout Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, etc. So we did a couple in for rail splitter, and I'll just kind of go through. I'm not going to go through the whole thing and bore you to death. Let's go to the next slide. So this basically looks at a house on the left that's 1,580 feet from a turbine, and we just look at the parameters: the sale date, the sale price, price per foot, year built or remodeled, the size of the building, the lot size, the style, and we kind of look to see if there's any impact. And go to the next slide, please. So again, in this situation, there were two ranches. The 1A is right in the middle of rail splitter. There's numerous turbines around. What's interesting, and we call them kind of farmettes or rural residential, is generally we find in most situations that they have view shields or wind shields that's protecting them basically from the dirt, many times gravel roads, and just kind of protecting the asset. So a lot of them don't have vistas because they're developed to protect against the wind and the dirt. Okay, let's go to number 2. Same situation, number 2 is also in the middle of the wind farm, 1,550 feet, sold mid-21, and then not proximate on Luckwellow Road, sold in the spring of 2022. The first one sold for $206,000, the second for $216,000. But this is what we go through. Next slide, please. So the one on the left actually looks a lot better. That's the one you can see the turbines in the background, there's probably 20 turbines visible from that property. And the left part is kind of the outbuildings. It's a fairly attractive building up on the ground. But the aerial is a better picture. If we go to the next slide, which just shows the location of the properties. The blue ones are in the farm. The purple are not. Next slide. So the other thing is we kind of look at the residential market. We look at the transactions. We look at the trend of development. We look at the price points, the size. And these first 4 sales that we utilized are all on the wind farm, anywhere from 1,550 feet to 1,980 feet. The date they were constructed and the price per foot, which basically ranges from about $80 to $129 per foot of building area, which is pretty consistent in rural residential in central Illinois. So this is all just kind of setting the basis of what we consider. Then the next slide, please. Next. Okay, so again, the pictures. Next slide. So these sales are 6 sales of properties that are not proximate to the wind farm. Similar characteristics. The actually average sale price is a little bit less than those that were in the wind farm, but that's affected by age, proximity, modernization, so sometimes quality of road. Okay, next, which will probably be a map. This is pictures showing the 2 houses. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And then this again is the location. So the blue are the sales in the wind farm. The purple are the ones that are not. So generally, when we do a full report, it's probably 100, 120 pages. So what we just did for tonight is just a quick PowerPoint. Next page, please. Okay, so what we also look at is what's been going on in the market. Has the wind farm impeded sales, activity? And this is not real readable, but basically on the top, it's shown in the last 2 years that most of the properties are actually selling above the asking price. The bottom graphic is showing that the marketing times, the time the properties on the market have gone down, which is a very positive trend. But again, part of it's low interest rates, part of it's the pandemic, part of it's fear of inflation. But if there was an indication that there was some adverse situation, these things wouldn't be happening because there would be no activity. Next, please. This just is further corroboration. Talking the top, there's a 1-year look, and you can see of May of 22 up on the far right that the time on the market is down to about 45 days compared to a couple of years ago, is significantly higher. 2-year and the 3-year show the same indication. Bottom line, it's showing that the market activity has been good. Next slide, please. So, is that the last one? Okay, let's go to this one. So, as an appraiser, we're not a taste test. We're looking at the economics. We're looking at the demand. We're looking at the value. And clearly, we see it all the time, like with residential. Some people don't like ranches. Some people don't like 2 stories. Some people want bigger kitchens. I mean, it's just a lot of taste. And if you put a house on the market and you have 10 people go through, you don't have to have 10 buyers. That generally never happens. All you need is 2 to really make a market. But you've heard in Mr. Loomis's study the financial benefits economically And I think the history of this existing project, about $500,000 a year, obviously is a benefit. They create jobs for construction. The sales of the residential properties in Illinois and other states do not find that there's been any negative impact on value. I'm not going to go in. There's been many agricultural studies, and clearly that there are people all over the country chasing farmland with turbines on it because they want the land, chasing income. And what happens is it increases the value of the ag land in the area. One point that's not on here is in my report. There's been 11 peer-reviewed studies on wind, not blogs, but peer-reviewed studies. Several have been updated, and they come out to say that some people don't like turbines. They don't like the look of them. They don't like change. They're afraid of them. But each of these studies has a conclusion that there's no negative impact on value. So the other thing that we started doing several years ago was calling every assessor that had major wind projects in their county. And we do that in every project when we do a project that we haven't done in the state. So I've done this in Illinois, Indiana, Minnesota, Iowa, Michigan, Ohio, Kansas. And what we really say, has there been a tax complaint filed with the allegation that there's a negative impact because they're proximate to a wind farm? I think of probably 150 assessors I've interviewed that probably have, probably close to 1 million parcels of property in these various areas throughout the Midwest. There's been 2 complaints, and when they were investigated, they were found that there was no negative impact. And the next question is, are you assessing properties within 2 miles, a mile, 1,500 feet, any differently and any lower because of the existence of a wind farm? No, because we've heard it, we study it, and we find no negative impact. And probably to cap this off is in the subject, I'm going to say subject in the Tazewell wind farm rail splitter, I did interview the assessor who's pretty much started his job when the wind farm opened. No negative impact, no tax complaints. In fact, the market's robust. Past couple of years, things are actually selling above values. And the other little kicker question I ask, do you live proximate to a wind farm? And many times the assessors don't. In this situation, he doesn't, but he lives proximate to one of the proposed projects. And, the personal opinion, I'm not going to put him on the spot, but it was neutral. And so based on that, let's go back to the slide that I made you skip. Based on that situation and my experience of looking at values for a variety of different projects, in my opinion, clearly there's no negative impact on value. I would, just touch on, I looked at Mr. Keelish's 3-year-old report. I am very familiar with Mr. Keelish. I'm not going to say anything negative, but if somebody wants to ask me questions about, issues with his report, I'm happy to address it. But that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes the testimony for Invenergy. I did want to point out, as I mentioned yesterday, Professor Loomis, who authored a report that has been provided as an exhibit, is here this evening. I'm not going to ask him to testify, but he is available if any of you have questions. He'd be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, don't leave yet. Zoning board members, you get first opportunity for questions. Any questions from the information tonight? The one I had was, on wildlife, and the proposal is 1.5 miles from Eagle's Nest. And, I didn't quite understand what you had said or what your procedures were when an eagle's nest or habitat or whatever is found in a footprint for wind farms.
Okay, so the question's about if an eagle nest is found,
Right.
what's the process? Okay.
Or are there government guidelines? I know at one time they were on the Protected Species Act. I've also heard that they've been reduced off or lower on that or something. Can you clarify any of that for us?
Sure. So start with the second question there. So bald eagles we'll talk about here. The bald and golden eagles are protected under the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. I think what you're referring to is probably they were removed from the endangered species list.
Yes,
Right.
that's what I meant.
So then your first question, which was, what do we do if an eagle nest is identified in a project area? So just a quick step back, for a wind project, we conduct specific surveys to identify potential eagle nests within the project area and surrounding landscape. The process to conduct those surveys is outlined in U.S. Fish and Wildlife guidance. So there's a protocol that we go through agency guidance. If a nest is identified, there's also additional surveys we might conduct to understand how those eagles are using the area, understand what their habitat looks like around the area as well. So maybe habitat assessment, or that is a part of it, a habitat assessment. That information is shared with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, IDNR, through meetings, through coordination with them. So we would share the results of our surveys, and we would discuss the nest, how they're using it, and have a discussion about potential sighting or setbacks in those meetings. So the process is essentially collect the data, coordinate directly with the agencies to make informed siting decisions. The agencies don't, in this region, have a specific setback requirement or anything like that.
They evaluate it kind of on a case-by-case
Correct.
basis.
The approach that they take and the approach outlined in Fish and Wildlife's document is utilize survey data, coordinate with the experts at the agencies who are responsible for protection of these species to make informed decisions for the project.
Okay? Zoning board members, questions? Land use. Yes.
I don't have any questions for environment for this gentleman, but I do for Michael with property. So Michael, my question is basically on match paired analysis that you brought up. So you got house A here with close proximity to a wind farm. You got house B here without close proximity to a wind farm. And then you analyze various things, including the value and the sales and things like that. So my question is, how do you isolate out for all of the factors that, the other factors, the non-wind farm factors? Because at the end of the day, if there's enough of those factors, or even one factor that is significant, it can totally trump whether there's proximity to a wind farm or not. So how do you isolate that out?
Very good question. And, that goes to experience and judgment, but really it goes to looking at the market. And if there's an outlying sales, like one of the things, we don't use non-arm's length sales. So if Mr. Griffin sells to his son, that wouldn't meet the definition of market value. So we try and get similar locations, similar factors, similar ages, And it's difficult, and when there are, and again, in these areas, most of these houses are 30 to 80 years old. They're not identical. And, you know, we can't go knock on the door and say, can I see your kitchen? And that becomes a taste test. But we, you know, what's happening now with modern data is we can go on the internet and we can see interior photos and make an analysis. And, you know, the other issue that we're finding is proximity to services is critical. So those that are on a gravel road that are farther out have more of a limited market, and really the modernization, the old kitchens, the small closets. These are all issues that we look at. Some people say they have an outbuilding, and you see a 50-year-old rusted shack where somebody else has a man cave that's real sharp. So it's difficult, and it goes with judgment. That's why that's not the only analysis. That's why we go to peer review. That's why we go to the assessor, and to try and isolate to see what's happening, and then looking at the market overall. So it's just like one sale doesn't make the market, one comparison doesn't do it, but that's why we use many, many of these matched pairs, because they're not perfect. And, you know, I can pick them apart. You know, you probably can pick them apart too. There's no question about it.
Thank you. Another question. I've got to ask this question. So did you prepare the document, the PowerPoint presentation, or did somebody else prepare that?
That's a good question. I mean, some of it was done by one of my professional staff, and then I molded it. So the whole thing was under my direction. Did I do 100% of it? No.
Okay, but you either did it or directed it to be done.
Right, the whole thing is my responsibility
Yes.
and under my direction, yes.
Thank you. So here's the question I want to ask. Because this is, I mean, we've all done reports and read reports, and some are more significant than others in terms of the impact of the conclusions of the reports. This is pretty serious stuff. I think most of us in this room would agree with that, regardless of what position you have. I guess what I'm getting at, I want to be as diplomatic as I possibly can, and that's a challenge for me. But when you've got, let's say you've got 50 properties, and you've got this analysis that you've done. And let's be honest, if you've got 50 properties, or even 25, when you're doing that analysis, some are going to prove your point. Some are not only not going to prove your point, they're going to be almost contradictory to your conclusion or the point you want to make. That's just the way data works. So, you know where I'm going with this. Do you throw out the ones that don't prove your point and include the ones that prove your point? How do you decide what goes in and what goes on the cutting room floor for your presentation for a body like this? Thank you.
Well, first of all, that was a good lead-in question when I take responsibility, and clearly I do. Number two, it is a responsible report. I get deposed and I testify in court all the time by very strong and astute lawyers like Mr. Lucahan's, by Mr. Griffin. So I have to be able to defend what I do. So, you know, the interesting answer is like when I said there's 10 buyers or 10 people look at a house. What we find is there are people that can't stand it, they don't like it for whatever reason. But the market, because it gets the supply of buyers, somebody will buy it. I mean, White County, Indiana, off 65, if everybody's gone at it, you go for 15 miles with turbines. And it's incredible the amount of turbines around some of these houses. They haven't raised taxes there in 15 years, and those prices are going up because of the economic vitality. Would I want to live in that? Probably not, but that's a personal choice. I'm looking at the economics and the value. And, you know, do I want to live in a 300 square foot ranch or a 20,000 square foot, you know, mansion? No. So that's personal choices we all make. But the answer is the data kind of works itself out. I would think maybe a better question is the data manipulated? We don't like to manipulate the data, but if something is an outlier or doesn't make sense, or when we do our verification, there's a problem, we don't include it. But do all of them prove that there's absolutely no negative impact? A lot of it's just absolutely neutral. But the overall conclusion is fairly simple based on the data.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, land use, other questions? County board? Yes.
This is pertaining to wildlife. Say your farm's set up, got the turbines in operation. What's the protocol if a eagle finds the nicest, biggest tree out in the vicinity of that area? What do they do in that situation? Or have you ever had that happen?
That's a great question. So project's operational, and an eagle were to find an area to nest. That has happened. Actually happened at one of our projects. And in those situations, we would notify Fish and Wildlife and coordinate directly with them. There's a number of steps that you can take. That bird and bat conservation strategy document that I quickly mentioned also outlines steps that we would take if something like that was identified in the field. So our O&M staff could notify us. We would coordinate directly with Fish and Wildlife Service. From there, there's a number of things that could occur. We had this happen. We actually conducted a pretty extensive survey tracking those eagles, monitoring them to see how they're using the landscape with no fatality there. And I think the process is coordinate with the agencies, perhaps conduct additional surveys. We also would train our O&M staff, right, to they're aware that that nest is there. We might take operational strategies. We might take measures to ensure that that turbine or any turbine near there is shut down at certain times. There's a number of things that could occur. The bird and bat conservation strategy document outlines the steps and protocols there. And then again, our O&M staff, they're all trained. And so they would all be part of the decision-making process there too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
On behalf of EDP Renewables, I'd like to present our next witness, our last witness, Mr. Andrew Earhart, Operations Manager at Rail Splitter Wind Farm. And we have a handout to go with his presentation. This is just a copy of his slides, and you have with it an open letter from Katie Chapman, echoing much of what she said in her presentation yesterday.
Okay, our reporter tonight is everything is being videoed here, so you need to talk loud and clear and start with your name and address, please.
Andrew Earhart, 201 Northwest Main Street, Hopedale, Illinois.
And do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
I do.
Okay, you can begin your presentation.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew Earhart. I'm the current operations manager for Rail Splitter Wind Farm. Just a little background. I've been in the wind industry since 2010. I started as a technician, and then in 2014, I joined EDPR as the lead technician at Rail Splitter. And during that time, I lived within the wind farm, the project boundary. And then in 2018, I took the role of operations manager and have been there since. I'm going to go over quick few little slides and then open for any questions. So little background, Rail Splitter began its operations in 2009. We have 67 GE 1.5 megawatt turbines there. 38 of those turbines are located here in Tazewell County, and the other 29 are in Logan. As far as our monitoring for the wind farm, have basically 3 monitoring systems. The primary is our on-site team. So we have 6 technicians, lead, myself. So every day, Monday through Friday, we're looking at the park, and then we have a SCADA team, and then the Remote Operations Control Center down in Houston. They're in charge of 24/7 monitoring. All right. As far as our maintenance schedule, our turbines, we maintain them on a 6-month schedule. This is per the manufacturer's recommendations. Then those records of the maintenance activities we do provide to the county. Perfect. Well, with that,
Okay, are you done with your presentation or you have more?
nope, just here for questions.
Okay. Zoning board members, questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I'm really interested in training of fire departments for height rescues in case one of your workers is injured for some reason, and or the ability to train them to get to the top of these things to combat a fire. Or what is your procedure? I don't know. Do you let it burn out, or do you actually go after it?
So we'll start with the rescue piece. That is a good majority of like our safety training, all that is around high ankle rescue. So we train each one of our employees before they're even able to climb up tower. Each individual has their own rescue kit for self-descent, or if their partner is to get injured. So we are in control. Our training is to get that individual down to EMS's hands. And then as far as the fire department, we do provide our maps, addresses to all local fire departments. We have at different several of our projects, we've coordinated training drills. I know Rail Splitter has in the past, but currently it's been a few years since we've done that. And then as far as the fire, we just follow our emergency action plan. We would refer to that, call back, we would dial 911 essentially to notify them, and then station off the area. We would not ask anybody to climb up to extinguish the fire. And then,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions from zoning board members? Yes.
Can you tell us what kind of, or any hazard materials that are up in the towers that could contaminate grounds or anything like that?
yeah. So we have to do a tier 2 report with the state that's for reporting any of our oils. To my knowledge, the only hazardous material that we report is sulfuric acid, which is in lead acid batteries. That is a part of our pitch system, but they are a sealed small battery. And it's never been a concern and never a release that we've had.
Are those batteries at the base or at the top of the tower?
The batteries I'm referring to are inside the hub where the blades are.
Okay. Okay, zoning, any other questions? Land use? Yes.
Maybe you're not the one to ask this, but when this energy is produced and the electricity, and it goes wherever it goes to, does it go to like a substation or where a bigger battery, or, because I'm not literate in this type of language, okay, so forgive me. So to store that energy, you have what? Or does it go completely to the grid immediately? Explain that process to me, could you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
For Rail Splitter, we do not have storage capability currently installed there. Not to say that couldn't in the future, but we have a centralized substation that our turbines are connected to, and then we have a transmission line that goes to San Joe. That's where our interconnect is, and at that point, the power is on the grid. So supply essentially meets demand. That electricity is put onto the grid at the time.
So there's, if this substation or whatever, there's no batteries or anything where it's stored any energy or any of this? Help me out here.
Not for our project currently, no.
Not for, okay. Okay, so I guess the other question would be in the near future for when this Rail Splitter 2, does anybody know that answer?
Not to my knowledge, that would be a development
We
question.
could have Katie answer that question.
If that's all right with Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, Katie Chapman, project manager. Battery storage is something that we've looked at for Rail Splitter 1 and 2, and at the current time, it doesn't make sense given the energy market.
So it just, sorry. So it immediately just basically goes to the substation and then goes into the grid then.
Right. So our substation is located right at the project area, and then we have what's called a generator lead line that goes to San Jose switchyard, but it looks just like the substation. It has transformers. And then from there, it goes on to the general energy grid, so the big voltage lines.
So what I'm getting at, there isn't any, anything for leakage or anything that a person would need to worry about that goes into the ground or the water table. Maybe I'm thinking wrong, like batteries or any of that.
So the substations, and I am in over my skis on the substation piece, but they're on pads for containment purposes in case some of the fluids in the substation, some of those equipment pieces do have fluids in them, but it is not, battery acid kinds of things.
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, happy to answer any additional questions outside
Thank
of
you
this forum.
so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Am I correct that all of the turbines, the existing turbines are monitored from the office there in Hopedale? Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And is that staffed 24/7 or is there an alarm system or should there be a problem?
So that's what I referred to, our remote operating control center down in Houston. That is staffed 24/7. And that is where the over the night monitoring happens. The day-to-day operations is more for our benefit, just so we could look into any possible issues and we could dispatch crews to work on the turbine.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Andrew, good to see you again. First of all, let me thank you for working in Tazewell County. And let me thank you for living in Tazewell County. Appreciate that. My first question is, I think I heard you say in your presentation that there are maintenance logs or maintenance records, I think you call them, that are filed with the appropriate Tazewell County department. Do you know what that Tazewell, we have about 40 or 50 departments. Do you know what department that is?
I could certainly follow up by email if the board wants to know, but yes, we have that.
If you give it to me, I'll give it to Dwayne and Jackie, and she can share it.
Yeah.
Or do you know, is the Tazewell County Department?
The maintenance
Zoning?
reports come to me.
Very good, thank you. We asked. Thanks for not being shy, Melissa. Okay, so now I've got another question. Which department, Melissa or otherwise, would receive the logs or the reports from citizen or public complaints about rail splitter?
As far as on our end or your end?
Okay, fair enough. So a citizen or a taxpayer or the public complains to, in this case, rail splitter, to your company, maybe to you, I don't know. And then do you log it? What's your process? Do you log it, document it? Do you file it with Tazewell County? Do you file it with somebody else? Thanks.
So if we were to receive a complaint at rail splitter, we have an office phone that anyone's welcome to find our number, call. Then on top of that, we're in the community. The good majority of people know where our office building is. Always welcome to stop in. And then with me living within the wind farm boundary for several years, got to know quite a few of the people. So a lot of them have my cell phone number. So sometimes it was just, they reached out to me. Complaints have been very limited, but in the event, it all kind of depended on what the complaint was. If it was something that could be addressed right then and there, we would just handle it. If it had to be passed on to another department, we would write an email, fill it out, and see it to completion. But we do have a landowner complaint system that we can log for our records.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, two more questions. One is, you mentioned your phone numbers they could call. Is there a cell phone where they can text you or not?
It was just my personal work phone.
And is there an available email? Because some people don't write letters anymore and they don't call. They like to have a documented string for the communication for different reasons. Is there any way they can do that?
Yes, so the site has a website, and on that has our office phone and an email address that is specific to rail splitter.
So the last question I have for you, sorry, is, so do you know of any regulation or policy of Tazewell County that requires you to notify them when you have a complaint from a Tazewell County citizen? Okay, so I say that sort of using you as the third person here. That's a message that I have that Tazewell County, as a Tazewell County leader, I think we need that and we need to create that. Thank you. For all wind farms and everything else.
Okay, land use, any other questions? Yep, Don?
Just a quick question. The Rail Splitter 1 project's been up and operating. Rail Splitter's been, number 1, has been up and operational since 2009, is that correct?
Correct.
So what is the approximate life of those turbines right now? I mean, about how much more life have they got? And once they are done, can they be set with new, taller turbines? Or do they have to be completely decommissioned and completely redone when they're out of service?
I would say that question would require somebody a little more, with a little more expertise than myself, as far as a detailed lifespan of the towers.
Yes.
I believe the IRS stipulates that wind turbine lifespans are about 25 years. Because we operate our own machines, our internal assumption is around 30. At the end of the useful life, we're just getting to that now. Our oldest wind farm has been up and operating since 2000. So we have yet to decommission a project. But there are ways to either replace old components, which is what the majority of the ops team does, is maintain those and replace things that wear out. But yes, I think it is possible to replace components or even the entire tower. If you were to replace the entire tower, though, I think you would need to remove all the way to the foundation, because if you're going to increase the size of the turbine, you'd also need to increase the size of the foundation.
So your company has never actually decommissioned any project so far?
Not entirely, no.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
Okay. County Board, any questions? Okay. It's my understanding that was the last person. Okay. You're excused. Okay, we've had 3 individuals that have signed in 24 hours in advance. And we need to know their intentions as to whether they want to take their time at the podium now, or whether they want to be included in the public comment portion later. Those individuals, if they're here, I'm going to have you, we will go in this order: Mark Allen, Kent Cornwell, Larry Litweiler. Are any of those 3 here? Yes. Right. Would you like your opportunity now to speak? What that means is, if you speak now, the petitioner has the right to cross-examine you. Okay? Whether you speak now or later, the zoning board, land use, and county board has the right to ask you questions at that time, and you'll be limited to 3 to 5 minutes at that time.
I don't have any problem being asked by council, so any questions, so I can do it right
That's fine. Yep. Mark Allen or Larry Litweiler?
Remember to cut the mic. Oh, I'll have to hold that one, do I?
Okay, name and address for the record.
You want me to swear me in?
After we get your
Okay,
name and address, after we know who you are.
I am Kent Cornwell, representing Cornwell Farms out of Mackinac, Illinois, 34108 Town Line Road, Mackinac, Illinois.
Okay, and just remember to speak
Right.
a little closer and louder.
Gotcha.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Okay, this is the first time I ever stood on this side of the podium, so bear with me. I understand how cases like these can be controversial. Okay, and if anybody should understand that, it ought to be me, because I served on this board as a member and as chairman for almost 20 years. Okay, and so I do get it. I do understand that. And, but I know many a night that I came out of a hearing that was controversial, and I thought, oh my gosh, it must, especially when I was chairman, I must be the most hated man in Tazewell County. Because whatever you did, whatever decision you made, somebody wasn't going to be happy. But I always tried to think in the back of my mind, all those years and through all those hearings, that of the rights of the majority
of the landowners, not the minority, but the majority of landowners in this county to do with their land as they saw fit, as long as they adhere to the code and regulations of the county. And when we signed up and were approached and signed up with Rail Splitter and Invenergy, we looked at the contracts and we had meetings with their reps. We took advice from council and decided it was a viable option. One of our farms is located right next to Rail Splitter 1. And I've never thought anything about it for the last, it's been in operation since 2009. Any feedback I'd gotten from landowners, they appreciated the income I received off the windmills. So, again, I know that these cases can create a lot of emotion, but I feel that if we all can agree on a subject, at the very least we can agree to respect each other's opinions. Because we received a lot of pushback from some in the community over this. And personally, in my view, in looking at the application made by council for the United Citizens, I have to concur with Invenergy and EDP because of the setback requirements and the productivity index would virtually kill or eliminate any future windmill projects in this county. How do you tell someone down in Hopedale, Illinois, or with an eyesight of Rail Splitter 1, who's been hoping for a windmill for the last 13 years? They have a small farm and they're on limited income, retired. They're paying real estate tax that continually goes up year after year with no end in sight. You can't have a windmill because a concentrated group of people have decided that they want to eliminate that from the code. A use has been accepted in the code for the last 13 years. And I personally could not make that argument. So I just, we're not a small farm. We have farms all over Tazewell and Woodford County. And I look at these projects as a way to help alleviate some of the pain of writing the real estate checks twice a year, because right now anybody that owns land in this county has just written their first installment. And for Cornwall Farms, ladies and gentlemen, it's enough to choke a horse. It's almost obscene what we have to pay. So we look at these projects as a way to help alleviate some of the pain of writing those checks. And, you know, testimony was made last night from representatives from EDP and Invenergy about the benefits to the county as a whole, you know, tax revenue for school districts and townships, more employment, and increased power to the grid. And if we're eventually all going to be driving electric vehicles, you better hope we have enough power on that grid, because that could be an issue. And my last point, because I don't want to waste everybody's time up here, but coming into town, I saw a big billboard that said, "Save the next generation and update the ordinance." Well, when I was on the board, if we wanted to tweak a ordinance or create a new ordinance like we did with the Adult Use Act, which that was, and we did the livestock farms, and we incorporated the Livestock Waste Management Act. We got together a group of county board members that were on the land use, myself, zoning board chairman, ZBA chairman, administrator. Then we had a couple of experts. A lot of times they were counsel, they were attorneys that were familiar with what we were dealing with. And then we also had advice from counsel from the state's attorney's office. We formulated, okay, a recommendation, went to full land use and then on the county board for a full vote. This process circumvents that. This process is by a group of individuals in the community in one area, basically, that is saying, we don't like them, we don't want them. Okay, even though I heard testimony last night from Council for the United Citizens, and I don't have the transcript, of course, but I think I heard we're not against them, we just want to make it safe for the citizens of Tanville County, which in my view is a little bit of smoke and mirrors, because if you look at the ordinance that they've applied for, it basically will eliminate them in this county. Okay, and looking at that sign, I thought, okay, we're concerned about the future generations. Well, we've been fortunate in our families, both sides, to be able to hold on to most of the ground in our family through the generations. Some of it we've owned since the early 1830s, okay? And we look at these windmills as a way to maybe possibly help the next generation, because so many times if they can survive the inheritance tax that might pop up, because federal is 11.5 million and state is 4. Well, it didn't take long to get up into that inheritance tax range in the state of Illinois side. Sometimes the next generation gets the thought, well, maybe I ought to just sell. You know, I'm going to have some stiff capital gains, and I'll have some realtor fees, but I'll have a pile of money. And that's where we feel that if windmills would be involved, it might give that next generation pause to think. High capital gains, realtor fees, which are, I think, 3 or 4%. Don't quote me on that. I probably shouldn't have said that. But and they'll have to give up income off the windmills. Maybe I'll just keep the farm. So that's one way to look at helping the next generation, in my view, because we consider ground in our families to be both the Cornwell and the Appenzeller side to be legacy ground. And we intend to keep it that way if we can. So I thank you for your time, and I think I've probably said too much, but that's all I have. Appreciate it. Have a good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Questions?
Yep. Zoning board, any questions for Mr. Cornwell? Land use?
Mr. Crawford, go ahead.
Make it a question with a lot of less dissertation.
Lock and load, Pilgrim. I've heard it before. Go ahead. All right.
This is to the current ZBA chairman,
Yeah.
not you. When he was the ZBA chairman, and I was doing the same thing back then, he never lectured me on how to ask my questions, just for the record, Dwayne. Okay. And so right now I'm going to violate what you said, and I'm going to say, only comment I asked before is I wanted to, even though this guy and I don't always agree, including not all on this issue, I want to say he was a great ZBA chairman, and the county owes him a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh. When Unsicker gave me that plaque on the way out of this room, he said, don't ever come back. And so I never intended to. But now here I am. Hopefully for the last time.
Okay, other land use questions? County board? Okay. And later on, we're going to have a period where the petitioner has the right to cross-examine you if they want to. Okay. And so you would be called at that time.
Mr. Lesson, Mr. Cornwall can leave if he wishes. I'm not going to have any questions.
I appreciate that. I have to get up early tomorrow to spray. All right. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, last call for Mark Allen or Larry Litweiler. I assume they're not here. Okay. those did not show. So, we've been going since 5:30, so let's take a break at this point, and then when we come back, the objectors will start their cross-examine of the petitioner, and then following that, the petitioner will have the opportunity to cross-examine the objectors, and then following that, we will start the public comments from the citizens.
Okay, let's start the process of reconvening. I assume the sound is still working out in the lobby? You got what you need done here? Okay. Okay, the way we're gonna try and work this, is if the petitioner would, come up to the microphone in the corner over here, and then the objectors will be over here. And, at this point, the objectors have the right to cross-examine the petitioner. And so whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jim Griffin on behalf of Invenergy. Phil, I'm only asking you a few questions because you were the only witness, so I've got no one else to ask questions. Be kind. Right, Phil, would you agree that no project exists, no wind project exists in the state of Illinois today meeting the setback requirements that are proposed in the text amendment?
I would agree that I'm not aware of any. I'm only aware of the 2 counties that I worked with, not the other ones.
And would you agree that no project exists in the state of Illinois that meets the shadow flicker standard proposed in the text amendment?
I don't know.
Are you able to identify any project that meets the shadow flicker standard that's proposed in the text amendment?
I'm not.
And would you agree that there are no projects in Illinois that meet the noise standards that are proposed in the text amendment?
And I don't know.
Can you identify any projects that meet the proposed noise standard?
I have not done any projects that attempted to meet that noise standard, so I really don't know of any one way or the other.
But you can't identify it.
True.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Buchanan. Thanks.
Okay, does that conclude your cross-examination?
That does, yes.
Okay.
Oh, Amy, do you have something? I have no questions. I kind of thought that, so I kind of.
Okay, the attorney for Invenergy has no questions. EDP, sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, however you guys are most comfortable, if you'd rather, where would you rather be?
This is fine, there's a little more space, so thank you.
And now is the opportunity for the petitioner to cross-examine the objectors, and so he has the right to cross-examine the 3 objectors that we've had so far. He's already indicated he has no questions for Mr. Cornwell, and he left, and so he will be directing questions to both of you, or both EBP and Invenergy. Okay? So however you want to get situated, that's fine.
We're going to start with Ms. Chapman, so if she could come up, that would be appreciated.
How the podium works.
Hi, Ms. Chapman, how are you tonight?
I'm well, Mr. Lieutenant. How are you?
Good. You know those 4 counties you listed in your chart about counties prohibiting wind?
I did not list counties. I believe that was Sarah.
It's in the Invenergy.
Correct. I'm
Chart.
with EDPR.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Ms. Sarah, please, Ms. Conlon. I'm sorry, Ms. Chapman. I saw you so much up there, I forgot who was who, so my apologies. And is it Ms. Connell or Connor? I'm sorry.
Carol.
Carol, I'm not even close.
No worries.
So the chart of counties prohibiting wind,
You remember that from the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes,
I think it lists Livingston, Boone, Iroquois, and Christian, is that correct?
correct.
And by reading your chart, it appears that at least two of the counties, the setbacks were increased after projects were already put up in that county, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Livingston and Iroquois, it says here, 0 after setbacks were increased. So I assume that means that there was some before the setbacks were increased.
There were in those counties, and I did mention that last night. So it was, no projects were built after those setbacks were put into place.
You were, absolutely, you did not, I'm not saying you said anything incorrect. I'm just trying to understand that these are two counties that saw turbines in place, wind farms in place, and then decided to increase their setbacks, correct? From a timing standpoint?
That was the timing, correct.
Okay, and then let's talk about the two that I actually have a little better handle of, because I have no idea what Boone and Iroquois are, or what's happening in Boone and Iroquois, but I have a little better handle about Livingston and Christian, because I was obviously there for both of those. Livingston, you said 0 after the setbacks were increased. I think the setbacks were increased in about 2017, 2018. Does that sound about right to you?
I was not involved in those counties, so I can't speak to specific timelines.
Now, are you familiar with the fact that Livingston County has 2 different setbacks?
I am not familiar with those counties. We haven't worked, I have not personally worked in those counties as they have ordinances that prohibit wind.
But Invenergy has.
Prior to my time.
Yeah, Invenergy actually filed a special use application. It was denied, correct? If you know.
That was, yes, that is correct, but that was prior to my time.
Yeah, I understand that. But let me say to you, for the record, and I don't think it's a public document, the Livingston County zoning ordinance has 2 setbacks. One's 32 or 3250 for a certain part of the county, and the other part of the county has a setback of, I don't remember if it's 1600 or 1750. So that means that wind farms were not instituted in that county under either setback today, correct?
Again, I cannot speak specifically
Fair
to
enough.
that county.
Okay, Christian County, you familiar with that ordinance?
A little bit more, another county that I have not worked in personally.
Okay, but for the record, you heard testimony, or you heard me put in transcripts last night from the Christian County Public Hearing, correct? Did you hear me do that?
Yes.
And those were both from 2020. Do you recall that? Okay. So let me ask you another question. You've been working on a wind project here in Tazewell County. You have, would you say 8,000 acres approximately signed up?
Correct.
How many acres do you think you need under the current ordinance?
Under the current ordinance, between 50 and 20,000 acres we're targeting to sign.
Okay, and how long has it taken you to get 8,000 acres? How long has Invenergy been here trying to get those acres?
So myself and 2 other land agents who live here locally, between the 3 of us, we've been meeting with individuals, as many families that will talk to us. And so that's been for about a year now. We've signed up 8,000
Okay,
acres.
so in a year, you're about half of what you need.
Yep.
And you're working pretty diligently at it, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in Christian County, we would assume they would need similar number of acres.
If we were talking about the same setbacks, if that's what the question is.
Or, so maybe it might be more acres.
Well, to be clear, the ordinance in Christian County prohibited any wind development.
Well, it doesn't prohibit wind development per se. It prohibits wind development with certain setback unless they meet certain setbacks or waivers, correct?
Invenergy's project in Christian County, we were developing there. The ordinance was passed. It prohibited us from successfully building our planned project.
I understand. I mean, I was there just like Invenergy was. So what I'm talking about is, it's only been 2 years since the change in the ordinance. Less than 2 years from today, that ordinance changed. Would it be unlikely, or would it be unheard of for a project to take 2 to 3 to 4 years to get all the land developed, to get the application ready? That's a pretty normal amount of time, correct? 2 to 4 years?
From the beginning of us starting development, so me and agents coming into a community, that's the start of it. Finding landowners who are interested in signing up for the project to the point of us starting construction, I think 2 to 3 years is a good timeline. It can vary, of course, project to project.
So far, we haven't even hit 2 years in Christian County. Okay, thanks.
Phil, did you mean Tazewell County?
No, I meant Christian County. I'm saying from 2020, the day the zoning ordinance was put in effect, which was the fall of 2020, we still do not have 2 years from that date until today. That's all I'm trying, that's the only point I'm trying to make. Thank you. Nothing else. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time, Ms. Carroll. I apologize. I did not catch the engineer's name, Jim. Your engineer's name, the guy.
And the environmental side?
Yeah, please. No, you know what? I'm sorry. It was Miss Antonelli's. You talked about identify. Who talked about identify?
That was John.
Okay.
John Angelino.
If you could have him come up, please. Sorry. Could you state your name again? I'm sorry.
John Aquilino.
Thank you, Mr. Aquilino.
Sure.
And I'm sure I'll say that name wrong about 20 times, so I'm going to apologize. You made an interesting statement. You said, let me back up. Invenergy, you believe strongly, I'm sure, is a responsible wind developer, correct?
Correct.
And it's what the company wants to do. Would you agree that not every company throughout the state country takes developing wind turbines to the exact same high standards that you do? You think you're better than the other ones in some ways, correct?
In what sense? From an environmental
Yeah.
perspective? I take pride in what I do, and I do think we do it extremely well.
We don't know, you don't know as we sit here whether company ABC goes to the exact same standards you do.
Cannot speak for other companies.
Of course not.
Oh, sure.
You said identify was used to your knowledge, quote, handful of projects, end quote. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I do not know how many exactly.
Okay. I have to get something, I apologize. Would you agree that zoning ordinances are meant to protect or to set standards for both the responsible developers and the irresponsible developers? And I'm not talking about wind turbines in general, just in general development.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go, Invenergy Exhibit 7, do you have that handy? That was, okay. Would you agree that it says that 2010, Vestas made it clear that it has no recommended safety zone around its turbines under normal operating conditions? Am I quoting that right to your recollection?
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah,
It's the second full paragraph.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. And then if you go to the third, I guess it's the third page, it's got a heading Vestas. Again, the second paragraph, full paragraph says, Vestas has no documentation, studies, or analysis prescribing a specific or specified safety zone around its wind turbines in normal operation. Is that what it says?
Sorry,
I heard you
point out, this exhibit was not testified to.
Well,
by
someone.
Mr. Aquilino.
Well, just if you could, the first sentence of paragraph 2. Does it say Vestas has no documentation, studies, or analysis prescribing a specified safety zone around its wind turbines in normal operation?
That is what the document says.
Do you know, are you familiar with whether there's a warning system if, God forbid, there is a problem, a fire, a thrown blade, whatever it may be, a broken blade, or is that within your purview?
No.
Okay, no problem.
That's safety.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to make you guess. Don't worry about it. Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Mr. Maroos. Unfortunately, Mike, yours is going to take a little longer.
Whatever your pleasure, Phil.
Okay. I may skip around a little, so I want to apologize, but let's talk about a couple of the comparable sales. Before we get there, you said that, I think you mentioned something about arm's length transactions. Obviously, to know if a comp is good, you have to know if it's an arm's length transaction. We would agree to that too. You may make a decision it is, knowing it's not an arm's length transaction, but you have to understand that. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And again, why is that important?
Because as an appraiser, we look at and are estimating market value. And basically under the simple definition of market value, that the parties cannot be related. They both have to be knowledgeable, not under duress. So if there's a situation where there was duress, or let's say it was a family situation, it many times may not be an arm's length transaction.
And you wouldn't use it normally, correct?
If I knew, sometimes you don't know.
To your knowledge, are the 10 transactions, I think you list in Tazewell County, you have, I think, 4 inside the wind farm and 6 out, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, are all 10 of those, did you check to see if all 10 of those were arm's length?
From a general check, but we didn't do a full study. This was really provided more for informational purposes, so we didn't go that deep. This is just kind of showing the transactions in the market and then just brief descriptions. But again, we did not do a study for a specific farm. This is just, here's what we found in the market, here's the parameters, here's the sale price, but we did not go to additional verification.
Okay. Well, we're going to hear before this is over that one of your transactions at least was not arm's length because it was sold from a father to a daughter. We would agree that's not arm's length, correct?
So you as a lawyer are asking me a good question. It could be a situation where there's an appraisal out there, there was a third party that set the value. In that situation, it could be considered to be arm's length. But generally, if there's, a situation, father to daughter, probably not. It could be too high, it could be too low.
And one of the things you also look at is whether, no, don't worry about it. At the sale at 25880 Boynton, which is one of those inside the wind farm, and it says it's 1,550 feet to the turbine. You don't know whether there was a third-party appraisal or whether there was anybody else offering that $180,000 that the house sold for, correct?
Council, that's two questions. So first, I don't know if there's an appraisal.
You're smart enough to break them up, so I don't worry about it.
Well,
Sorry,
the only way that I would have that information is if we were in a lawsuit and my client had the ability to subpoena those documents. So that information is private. So, and then how many people were bidding on it, that I don't know. All I know is it's sold. And again, these are provided for general informational purposes. We did not dig real deep.
Yeah, understood.
And really, it went with everything else that we did, and, you know, further confirmation as to what's going on in the market. The price points are going up. The assessor has had no tax appeals and is not valuing any of these things differently. It's a strong market.
Well, we'll get into all that. Let's just stay on one topic at a time, because I'm not as smart as being able to handle more than one thing. Let's talk about the sale at 2655 Boynton. Sale price $206,000, and that's the highest sale you have of your single family within the market, correct?
Within the footprint, yes.
I'm sorry, within the footprint. Do you know what that property was purchased? Or first of all, do you know when that property was purchased? Do you have that information?
Well, it appears that it closed in June of 21.
Sorry, do you know when the seller purchased that property?
I didn't do a sale resale.
Okay. Would it surprise you that that property was sold, bought in 2013 for $202,000?
With my experience and based on conditional issues and other issues affecting the market, not much surprises me. So
Okay.
it's possible.
But in those 9 years, inside the wind turbines, if I'm correct, inside the wind farm, that value went up less than 2%, correct? If I'm correct.
If those are the numbers, that is the math, but there could have been a situation where you had a relatively modern kitchen and baths and a decent roof, and then in 9 years, your conditional and functional issues deteriorated. So
Or it could have been,
there's more that you have to look at. And yes, you could, I'll let you finish your question.
no, I cut you off. That's my fault, not yours. Or it could have been that in those 5 years, they redid the kitchen. We just have no idea, correct?
That's
Or those
correct.
9 years.
But they could have done the kitchen poorly and it had to be gutted and redone. Again, we don't know.
Absolutely. Okay, so one of the things we use in this first chart, and they're not page numbers here, so I apologize for those who are trying to keep up with me, but it's about 10 pages from the back, is distance to turbines, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I go 3 pages later, I have the exact same columns on your chart. Now, this is your chart outside the wind farm, right?
Yes.
And every column is the same, except distance to turbine has been removed, correct?
That's correct.
So for me staring at this chart, I have no idea how far this distance was from the turbine to it for sale number 1.
Well, it's titled not proximate to the footprint of the rail splitter wind farm. So that's why it was titled the way it was.
Okay, but as I sit here, I can't tell if that is a mile, 2 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles, can I?
No, it's not proximate. I agree with you.
Okay, it's just not listed. Okay, so now I know this isn't how you do it, but you know, I'm kind of a simpleton and I'm just trying to understand something. So help me with the math here. That's all I'm asking about. And I know you'll disagree with why I'm doing it, but just go with the math. Chart number 1, the one that's inside the footprint. The high sale is $129,000 or $129.40 a square foot, correct? That's sale number 1, 26551.
I'm just getting
Sorry.
the pages out. I don't know where you're going, so.
Yeah, well, I'm staying with these two charts for a little while, so.
Okay, that helps. Okay.
So sale number one is the high sale of your 4 sales.
That's correct.
And sale number one is the one I just had a question about that I think was 202,009 years ago, or 8 years before the sale, and is now 206. Other than that,
I mean, I'm gonna ask, like I would if we were playing this game in court, for you to provide me that document for me to look at. So
I don't have the document, Mr. Morris, because here's the problem. I didn't see this till tonight. I saw this an hour ago for the first time. So I'm showing the best I can. I can tell you that on Zillow, we looked it up, and Zillow's not always right, but on Zillow, we looked it up, and those are the numbers.
Okay.
Okay. You
That's
know,
fair enough. I'm just wondering.
me guessing where you were going, not good enough. I'm not that smart, Mike. But, so that $129 is the high sale. Everything else is between 79 and 85, correct?
That's correct.
And even with the 129, I did the math, added them all up, divided by 4, the average is 94.75. Would you allow that I probably did the math right looking at that?
I did the math too, and I'm very close.
Okay. Now, if I go to the next chart outside the wind turbine, and honestly, if I took out that high sale, which only went up 2%, and the next sale, the average is somewhere about 82, 83, correct? The math average. You may not agree to take them out, but that's my point. The math is 82 or 83 bucks a square foot.
Based on your comp selection, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if I was going to go to your next set of comps, the outside of the farm, which we don't know how far they are, I add those 6 up and I get 99.66 per square foot. Is that fair?
I had 99 and change. I did that too.
I'm sure that was just me. Honestly, I didn't take the cents. I just kind of did the big ones. And that is over a 5% difference, correct? From a math standpoint only.
5% compared to what, Phil?
Well, 94.75 to 99.66, a 5% difference. The ones that are outside the wind farm, the 6 average to 99 and change versus 94 and change. It's about a 5% difference, maybe 6, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you doing the same thing with the overall price?
With my what price? I'm sorry.
The overall price, the sale price.
I just took your last column. That's all I was dealing with.
So you did the price per foot, but you didn't do the overall price?
No.
Okay.
I'm not smart enough to do 2 columns. One's really hard for me. If you go to your last page, wind farms will create well-paid jobs in the area, which will benefit overall market demand. That's your second bullet point on the last page?
Yes.
Okay. You're talking about permanent jobs, or are you talking about the construction jobs?
Both.
Okay. Do we know how many of these construction workers are actually going to live in Tazewell County? You don't, right? None of us do.
Well, that's like you asking me, people that work for me, do I know where they're going to live over the next 10 years? I mean, that's speculation, but a lot of the products and a lot of the work being done, based on my experience, there is work being done and there is money being spent in the county. But will all of it be for the specialty in the county? Of course not.
And the well-paid jobs that are being created, well, let me just ask this, the permanent jobs that are being created, according to Dr. Monk, I don't know if it's Dr. or Mr., and I apologize, is 6, correct? You recall that? 6 employees for the wind farm.
I'm absolutely confused because I didn't know we had a specific wind farm. So are you?
I'm counting Dr. Loomis's report. He lists 6 jobs for the wind farm company.
For a hypothetical 100 megawatt, I just didn't know because
honestly,
I didn't do a specific wind farm. But okay, so the hypothetical 100 megawatt, that sounds reasonable.
Okay. You did a home value in Tazewell County, and I just saw it tonight for the first time, so I don't remember, and I didn't write it down. It was like approximately 130 grand. Is that what you said? Average home values in Tazewell. I think you had a chart to it, and I didn't. I'm sorry, median.
That's okay.
Home values in Tazewell County, median sold home price, I'm sorry, 150,000.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're familiar with Keelish's report, you don't agree with it, we all understand that, at least I do, and I'm sure everybody else does too. But let's assume that Keelish's range is high, and let's just take a 5% reduction in value. So $150,000 home at a 5% reduction in value would be $7,500?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the tax difference? Do you have any idea what home value from $150,000 is taxed at versus a home value of $142,500? Any idea what that difference is?
Well, it depends on the tax rate of the township and the mill rate and the school rate and everything else, but let's just say it's a simple effective mill rate of 2%. So 2% of $150,000 would be $3,000. 2% of $142,000 would be like $150 less, I believe. I'm just doing this so we don't waste time here.
I'm perfectly happy with that calculation. I'm not trying to. So over a 4-year period, that $150 in taxes is $600. And $150 a year. So if I was upset with my 5% reduction in value on real estate, value, and thought my real estate taxes were too high, I would then have to try and go to the assessor with comparable sales or something. Let me back up. You do commercial real estate tax appeals, correct?
Yes, as you're aware, doing the Woodfield Mall, we've done the Trump Plaza, major properties, it's a whole different world. And a tax appeal for a house, what happens in these counties is they can get information off Zillow, they can talk to a broker friend, they go meet with the assessor and they provide their evidence. They can't afford to get professional advice, somebody like yourself or probably me. So that's how they do it. And then what happens is the assessor looks at the data and then makes his analysis and comes to a conclusion. So it's really, at this level, it's no cost. If you have somebody that gets expensive help, it's pricey.
Yeah, it's much more pricey than $600, right? If you get professional help.
Yes, but there's enough data out there, enough familiarity that you go in with the data to the assessor and you present your case. Now, if you don't like that, then you go to the board of review and you present your case. If you don't like that, you go to PTAB. And of course, you could go to court. But again, that's probably more so than any residential homeowner is going to do.
Correct, especially for $150 per year. Okay, let me see if I have anything else for you. You said that people are chasing, that values in the wind farm are going up because people are chasing the income of the wind farm. To a certain extent. Is that fair? And if I said
On
that
a nationwide basis, major investors, people are chasing cash flow and certainty of cash flow. And where there are wind farms, that is increasing the value of land based on that capitalized value of that constant cash flow.
And that is of people who have turbines or contracts with wind companies, correct? That's
See,
the cash flow you're talking about.
Well, that's the cash flow, but it actually generally has increased the vitality and value of the whole townships that are in. For people to get in, it's actually increased values to the people that own other land.
But if I'm Phil Lukey-Hans and I own 40 or 100 acres in the middle of a wind farm, and I don't have or even 500 acres, and I don't have wind turbines on my wind farm, those big companies are not chasing my income stream in the same way they would be chasing the one that has the turbines on them, correct? Isn't that kind of what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that, but if let's say there's 30 turbines on 30 different tracks, and they're chasing all those, that's just the demand for the supply of available land for those that, let's say, want to farm it or want to speculate. It's increasing the prices.
It's increasing the overall prices.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about, I don't know, you have about 10, 15 pages in here in the PowerPoint presentation. And not to, I don't want to belittle it because I know this is a summary, but you've done fuller, more thorough wind analysis regarding wind farms than what you're showing in here.
Right. This was just to provide evidence to the board explaining what I do as an appraiser and what overall I've seen in the market for this type of product. And while I was doing it, since there was an example of rail splitter, to look to see what happened there to provide the evidence. But this is not a full, complete report.
Absolutely. And I'm not ripping the report because it's not full and complete. My question is, when you do a full and complete report, you think those are accurate and you do the best you can, and to your opinion, you're not putting out a full report without believing it's accurate. I mean, that's the question.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And those full reports, you don't peer review them, correct? They're not published and peer reviewed?
No, they're not.
Okay. Nothing else. Thanks, Mike.
I apologize for not numbering. I was just putting together a PowerPoint that made it more difficult.
Actually, the whole PowerPoint's not numbered, so it really doesn't matter. It wouldn't have helped. Thank you, though. Mike Hankard, please. Mr. Hankard, how are you?
Good evening. I'm fine, thank you.
Have you ever been hired for an injector to a wind farm?
I had a call with a few, and I try to be honest with them in terms of what my company will do and what we will roughly charge, and they have not called me back. So in that sense, no.
Okay. Can you tell me what levels at the hertz level you would consider low frequency noise?
The standard definition is below 200 hertz.
How about infrasound?
Again, the standard definition would be below 20 hertz.
Okay. Would you agree with me that, as you said earlier, the IPCB regs I think you said they are complicated?
Yeah, they are sophisticated, complicated. There are a lot of regulations, or a sentence or two. This is dozens of pages.
And you and I have spent many hours talking about them in prior hearings. Would you agree?
Yeah, I didn't keep track of the time, but I think we've discussed it.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the IPCB regulations do not go down below 31.5 hertz?
You're close. 31.5 hertz is the center of the lowest band. The lowest band goes down to 22 hertz, technically.
Okay. So it does not go below, it does not go to the level of infrasound.
Correct.
You have a paper that you wrote, I think it's Invenergy Exhibit 6, and I think it's with Dr. Roberts and Dr. Ellenbogen, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, was that peer reviewed?
No.
Have you ever done a peer reviewed article?
We've submitted conference papers and presented information at INTS and ASA conferences. I don't believe those technically qualify as peer reviewed, but we were invited. So.
Okay. And I'm not disagreeing that you're an expert in your field. Let's get that correct. You're an expert acoustician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not trying to make you sound like, I'm not trying to make you immodest. That wasn't my point. You're an acoustician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Schomer, when he was practicing, was an acoustician, right?
Yes.
And you worked with Dr. Schomer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think at times you called him a colleague and a friend.
Yes.
And at least at one point you respected him, is that correct?
I still do.
Okay. And he was the standards director for the Acoustical Society of America, is that correct?
Yes.
And you and he had a mutual respect, correct?
I believe so.
Nothing further. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I got a quick question. I could not understand the term that you used. You were talking about below 200 hertz is road noise, and then you said below 20 hertz is what?
I don't think I said below 200 hertz was road noise. I think that may or may not be Mr. Hankard, but under 20, Mr. Hankard testified was infrasound was 20 and below. Infra, I-N-F-R-A, sound, one word. Is that right?
If I may, Chairman?
Yep.
The word was low frequency noise, not road.
Low.
Sorry, I forgot I even asked that question, so my apologies.
Low. Okay.
I did ask that.
And it was
Infrasound, one word though.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts, if you would. Would you agree with me that there is literature that appears to say that there's an annoyance factor with wind turbines?
I believe there's a general, there's opinions out there about it, certainly case reports. I think we've all talked about the annoyance of the wind turbine process.
You don't believe that there's any affirmative proof that there is an association between wind turbines and adverse health effects, is that correct?
Specific adverse effects, that's correct.
Specific adverse health effects.
That is correct.
I think that you used that term a number of times last night, right? Specific.
I've used it with you before.
Okay. And you used it again last night, correct?
I used it several times last night because I think we have to be honest about it.
Okay. You talked about the Cape. Let me ask this question. Have you ever testified in a wind turbine hearing against the energy company?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You talked about the Cape Bridgewater study. Recall that last night?
I did.
Okay, and that's Mr. Cooper?
Stephen Cooper, that's correct.
Okay. I think you said, and I hope I wrote this down right. I I think you said, quote, that the complaints, I don't know if you said the word occurred, but the complaints were not the same time as full power.
What I was saying is the fact when they looked at first of all, it was 6 complainants that they were evaluating, what he was evaluating. And at times when certain individuals reported it affects the turbines, when they looked at the profile of the generation of the turbines, they were low generation or were off.
Mr. Ambrose does not say, or the Cape Bridgewater, would you agree, does not say that the complaints occurred always under full power. Would you agree with that?
I'd have to go back and look and see exactly what they said, but basically they were looking at the association between the complaints and the performance of the wind turbines. That's the best I can do at this point.
Okay, and the performance of the wind turbines in that case happened with increase in power often. Do you recall that?
Sometimes with increase and actually sometimes with decrease.
Okay. They happened sometimes or often with the change in power levels. Isn't that what it said?
Yeah, and in fact, one of them was when it was actually spinning up, starting up.
Okay. Foul mouth, let's talk about that. You said the decision was made by a judge. Recall that?
I do.
Obviously it was, it's an order written by a judge, and do you have any, I assume that the judge heard evidence before writing this ruling, correct?
It was a legal process, so I would assume, I hope so.
Okay. You also said the other night you believed that the wind turbines were not up to date. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that's the information, that's the descriptions I've read that came out in the court decision.
Okay, that's not in the opinion though, correct?
I don't know that's in the opinion.
Okay. You said that you have to look at where the information comes from, and often this bad information, and it often comes from anti-wind turbine people, correct?
I said that, but I would also say you look at, anytime you get information, you look at the source, you look at the authors and their affiliations.
Okay. Do you have any information that Dr. Schomer was affiliated with anti-wind forces?
As I sit here right now, I have not reviewed that to say. He's testified on behalf of opponents of wind turbines in the past. It's the only thing I know.
And he's also been hired by people who hired by the wind energy companies, correct?
I think that you have to look at the chronology of his work and the evolution of the jobs that he did, the work that he did. It changed over time.
It changed from being hired by wind companies to being hired mostly by individuals, correct?
I believe that it's a safe statement to make.
Yeah. You went through very quickly last night a few of the slides, and I know why, because you had a very short time period. But one of them was entitled Large Reviews of the Peer-Reviewed Published Data. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
And you cite Knopper, K-N-O-P-P-E-R et al.
That is correct.
I just want to make sure that I point out that what it says, the bullet point you use says, the authors concluded, quote, based on the findings and scientific merit of available studies, the weight of evidence suggests that when cited properly, wind turbines are not related to adverse health. Is that correct?
I don't have a slide in front of me. That sounds correct.
Okay. I'm sure if I read it wrong, Mr. Griffin would have yelled at me. He would read it correctly.
You would never read it wrong, okay?
Oh, trust me, you heard me read it wrong last night, not on purpose, but I could read wrong. I would never do it to you on purpose. Going back to Cooper for a second. Sorry, I got it closer. His study was actually funded by a wind company, correct? The underlying wind company at that.
As I recall, that's correct.
Yeah, and you've testified in the past that it was Hydro Pacific, or Hydro Pacific was the wind company.
That sounds correct.
Would you agree that Cape Bridgewater doesn't even intend or doesn't even pretend to be I can't say that word.
Epidemiological
Study.
Got it. No, and that's exactly what Steve Cooper has said in follow-ups to that study. It wasn't one to study the health effects of wind turbines. It's been stated. So again, not every bit of scientific information is epidemiology. And so we have to look at all the information and what it tells us in general.
Would you agree with me that what he is saying is that he found a position or a pattern of high severity of disturbance to be associated with 4 different operating scenarios in the wind farm?
But he didn't define disturbance. And so, that can incorporate annoyance, that can incorporate a number of things. Disturbance is a generic term.
But he does find a correlation in his reports between these sensations he's talking about and certain operations of the wind farm. That's what his finding is, correct?
He saw some correlation, but it was not sufficiently a large study to be able to evaluate those reports. It's merely a report.
How much data is attached to that report? I mean, it's thick, the data attached to that report, correct?
No, the report's thick. The data is not necessarily thick. There's a lot of words there.
Have you seen? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
I haven't looked at it in a good while, but I know that there were 81 collection points in that study, as I recall, and 30 of those, the data wasn't available for analysis. So there were a lot of problems with his report.
Are you familiar? You're familiar with the Health Canada study, right?
Yes.
Has that data, the underlying data for Health Canada, been released? My understanding it hasn't. If you have something different, let me know.
There have been 16 peer-reviewed published articles from that data. Now, most of I think, I haven't looked at it from this standpoint, but I think authors on each of those 16 reports were part of the original team. So I think the data is available. I have not gone and asked for the data.
Okay, so you think it's available, you're not sure. Is that a fair statement?
I would say it's being used in the scientific community today, so I think it is available.
It's available to the 16 authors, we know that. We don't know if it's available to someone like me to go ask for.
There's more than 16 authors, and I don't know whether you can get it or not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Roberts. Dr. Ellenbogen, please. Good evening, Dr. Ellenbogen.
Good evening.
Last time you called me a nice guy, I'm not sure most people would agree with that. So I'm already questioning your sanity. No, I'm teasing. You did say I never called you to discuss your findings or your thoughts about this issue, correct?
Correct.
The first time you and I ever met was in a wind farm hearing, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were testifying for the wind company, correct?
Yes.
Invenergy at the time.
Yeah.
And you've testified numerous times for Invenergy in the 7 years since, correct?
I have.
Are literature, I just have a general question. Are literature studies peer reviewed?
Are literature studies peer reviewed? There are, let me just first step back. What is a literature study? It's somebody who says, I'm not going to go out and do a randomized control trial, investigate information, collect new data, analyze it, publish it. Instead, I'm going to go out and about and look at what other people have done and summarize that information. Sometimes those summaries are peer-reviewed, meaning they're submitted to independent people to evaluate, get feedback, and then get published. Sometimes they are not. Everything in between.
So I guess I'm trying to understand what peer-reviewed means. Is that, I thought peer-reviewed was you submitted a paper, you had it published, you let people come back and comment on it publicly, not just I gave it to Joe who happens to be in the same field.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
You want me
So
to-
you and I are doctors in the same field, okay, whatever it may be. I do a study, I give it to you to look at before I publish. Nothing else. Is that peer-reviewed?
If I'm an independent person, the short answer is no. If I'm an independent person working for a journal organization and I have control over who and what and how that review is done, and as a result of that review, you are required to respond to it in kind, then that is the official sort of process. And the purpose of that is to attempt to increase the quality of the marketplace of ideas.
Would you agree that most literature studies do not go through that detailed a process when they're published?
I've never made a calculation. Some do, some don't. The good ones tend to.
Let's go to you now. You're a sleep medicine specialist, is that correct?
That and other specialties, yes.
As a sleep medicine specialist, would you agree that sleep is essential for the restoration of health and a person's well-being?
Yes.
In fact, disruptive sleep is known to be associated with several health ailments, correct?
Correct.
Disruptive sleep is known to be associated with hypertension, correct?
Some forms of disruptive sleep, yes.
And it's also can be known to be associated with cardiovascular and coronary disease, correct?
The short answer is yes. I just want to caveat. There is a very wide range of what disrupted sleep means. Everything from profound hypoxic breath holding in severe sleep apnea to the occasional disruption from a barking dog. So, it's hard to kind of lump it all together as you are. But short answer is yes, to keep it simple.
I just have your prior testimony, so I'm trying to keep it what I know you're going to answer. That type of disruptive sleep is also known to be associated with elevated stress hormone response, correct?
Which type of?
Chronic frequent disruption or prolonged disruption.
Can lead to increase in cortisol levels, that's correct.
That same type of disruptive sleep could also be known to be associated with attention and memory deficits, correct?
Correct.
Would that also be true about depressed moods?
It is a bit controversial, but I would say yes.
Sleep loss, disruptive sleep loss, or the kind we're talking about, frequent disruption or prolonged disruption, in fact, causes profound impairments in cognitive behavioral performance, correct?
Could you repeat the question? I didn't catch the
Yeah, I'm sorry. Would you agree that chronic frequent disruption or prolonged disruption of sleep can cause profound impairments in cognitive behavioral performance?
Could you define profound? I'm also a neurologist, and dementia to me is profound cognitive impairment.
Okay, so it can be associated with dementia or not?
No.
Okay, it can be associated with other types of cognitive behavioral performance impairments other than dementia. Is that fair to say?
It can reduce one's general cognitive function and performance. That's correct.
Okay. And as a sleep medicine specialist, your focus is often trying to help your patients improve their sleep, correct?
Almost always.
Okay. And that's because you know that the loss of sleep or poor sleep can have these kinds of effects that we just talked about.
I got into the field precisely for that reason.
You were part of the Massachusetts study, right? The 2012, I think that was one of the exhibits that Mr. Griffin filed.
Yeah, I prefer to call it the Massachusetts report to avoid the complication that you raised earlier, but yes.
If I screw it up, I apologize, I mean report,
Well,
okay?
you started this conversation trying to delineate quality of work and review it, and I just wanted to make sure I was in keeping with that.
Yeah, and that's fine, that's great. I just can't promise that I'm that good that I'll keep remembering it. But,
Approximately 5 minutes left.
okay, thank you. The panel in that Massachusetts report concluded it is possible that noise from some wind turbines can cause sleep disruption. Is that correct?
I don't have it in front of me, I don't remember to memorize the report, but that sounds correct.
Okay. And would you agree that any object that creates noise, given the correct circumstances, can disturb sleep?
Certainly.
And that could include wind turbines?
If the wind turbine were exceptionally loud, yes.
Okay, and what's a vulnerable population?
Did I use the word or did you?
Well, let me ask you this. Is a vulnerable population someone who has very impaired sleep, maybe someone with post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, a mood disorder, something that would make them very light sleepers and so would be more readily disrupted?
If you're asking, are there people that are more or less likely to be awoken by noise? Sure, there's a variation in the population, just like there is stature, hair color, skin tone.
Okay. The report says, and I think the language used in the report is there was limited evidence to support the health effects of wind turbines, correct?
We're talking about the Massachusetts report?
Yeah, I'm still on it.
In 2012, that is correct.
Okay.
We have enjoyed some new information since in those last 10 years, which is why I emphasized that last night rather than an updated.
2012 is the report that got filed, so that's when I'm going.
Well, but it's 2022, and that's the, we can focus on the information we have in front of us.
I'm focusing on the information that was provided to me last night, which is the 2012 report.
But
that's all I had time to do, and we're going to stay with that if you don't.
The information provided to you last night included my testimony on Health Canada, which has been published in recent years as an enormous rigorous study that was done after my report, which you're trying to avoid by discussing the report.
Right now, I'm talking about your 2012 report. I'll get to anything else I decide to get to. Let's stay with what I want to do, otherwise I'll be asking for more time.
You can ask for more time if you like.
Let him ask you questions, okay?
Sure. Apologize.
Would you agree that low frequency sounds, infrasounds that are of a very high sound pressure level can make people feel uneasy?
Yes.
Would you agree that you would defer to an acoustician for the very specific levels of sound that would be inappropriate or as being too high?
Would I agree that an acoustician is the right person to ask that question to? No.
Are you?
I think I usually look to people who have knowledge about that topic. In this case, it would be a physiologist who has published on this topic. And I would look to an acoustician to tell me what the levels are. I would look to a physiologist or someone who studies that in medicine to deal with the effects on the human body.
And you're not a physiologist, is that correct?
I have studied years of neurophysiology.
Do you consider yourself a physiologist?
No, I'm a physician, and I would include physicians in the category of people who would be able to make an appropriate determination on the health and biological effects of noise. I do not think that an acoustician is appropriate for that.
No, and I'm not saying, I guess I'm trying to figure out, you would need an acoustician to talk about the levels of sound that someone's hearing, correct?
To tell me what, no, there's published information that I can talk about readily about what people can hear.
That's not my point. Okay.
An acoustician is not that person, to clarify. An acoustician measures sound levels. They don't have any information about the body any more than the average human. Which is, as I pointed out last
there's
time.
no question, Dr. Roberts, at this point. Mr. Loomis. Mr. Loomis, please.
Are you finished with me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, you need to wrap it up.
This is going to be real quick. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Obama should be sworn in. He was not previously a witness.
Okay, state your name and address so it can be on the record.
My name is David Loomis, Loomis, and my address is 2705 Colby Court, Bloomington, Illinois.
And do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self of God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Loomis, I think your report says, and I don't know if this hypothetical wind farm, is that what you had in your report?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you had 11 full-time jobs. Approximately. If I'm off one or two, I don't really care.
Yeah, 11 full-time ongoing jobs.
Yeah.
There's a construction job.
Okay. And I'll ask, we do not know how many of those construction jobs will be Tazewell County residents, correct?
So we assume that those direct jobs are going to be local, as we heard from the Morale splitter. It's not necessary that they're going to all live in Tazewell County, but they would be local jobs because they're coming to work on a wind farm.
And we're talking about construction jobs?
No, I was talking about the 11 jobs.
I probably said it wrong, so I apologize. I'm thinking construction jobs. We don't know where those people live.
So when I'm looking at the construction jobs, I tried to account for those jobs that would be sourced from the county, those jobs that would be sourced from the state of Illinois, but not in the county, so those surrounding, and those that would be sourced outside of the state of Illinois.
Okay. So work, I mean, one of the main jobs is an iron worker, correct? Put up a wind farm. It's a significant portion.
That would be one of the construction.
In fact, you and I have been to hearings where a lot of iron workers show up at these things, right? Obviously, that's a very specific type of job, correct? And we've seen where iron workers will come talk about from counties, not even adjacent counties, but further away and say, this is a job I would be on if you build this wind turbine, correct? This wind farm. Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Loomis. I have no further cross-examination. Thank you for your patience and give me a couple extra minutes there.
Okay. That concludes that part of the cross-examination, and at the present time, we have, if I read this right, we have 36 people signed to make public comment about either of the two proposals, the moratorium or the proposed code amendment. And we have allowed 3 to 5 minutes. As stated on the first day, we would like to avoid repetition, and so there may be something you agree with that you had heard earlier, so please don't repeat it. Just say, I support what was said earlier, or however you want to phrase it. And but we still want to hear your opinions on either of the cases that are before us tonight. So just doing the rough math, we may make it partway through this list tonight. We'll see how far we get. And what the schedule calls for is after the public comment period is made, the petitioner always has the last opportunity, and so he will have 45 to 60 minutes for that petitioner rebuttal before each side. The objector will be first with closing comments, and then the petitioner will be the last say with their closing comments.
And so at some point, I anticipate tonight, we will probably stop partway through this public comment period, and it appears we will then reconvene on the 15th, which is next Wednesday. I was gonna say a week from tonight, but Wednesday this week is already passed, so. We're trying to figure out how is somewhat of an efficient way to do this. Because just like everybody else that's testified, you need to tell us your name and address, and you will be sworn in. You need to understand that you cannot ask questions of either of the objectors, and you cannot ask questions of the petitioner, but the board can ask questions of you. Okay? What do you think? Do we call 5 at a time or 10 at a time and swear them in and start that? Okay.
As a point of order, can I ask the attorney if it's possible legally to swear them all in at one time and then go with whatever schedule he wants?
I would rather not do that because I don't know where we're going to break. And
they'd still be sworn, even if you had to go to the 15th.
Right, but there has also been people indicated that they may not attend tonight, but could still be available to turn paperwork in if we're in session next Wednesday, and I don't want to lose track of that. Thank you for appreciating that.
Sometimes.
Okay, this is the order that we're going to go in. And so once I get done with the first section, then I'll go with the second section. I trust you guys will try and stay in order. Number 1 is Dane Simpson. And I think what we will do is have you just come up. We'll have you line up against the wall and speak in that order. Dane Simpson, Linda Long, Dean Knapsinger, Kiana Knapsinger, Joyce Blumenshine are the first 5. And what I will do is swear all 5 of you in at the same time. And then when you approach the microphone, state your name and address for the record. And remember, we are talking on the 2 cases that are before the board tonight. Okay, either the moratorium or the wind code. Dane. Last call for Dane Simpson. Okay, Linda Long. Oh, okay, wait a minute, I gotta get my other paper. This is for all of you. Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self? You got it. Okay, name and address.
Linda Long, 29368 Town Line Road, Mackinac, Illinois, 61755.
Yep.
My name is Linda Long. My husband Brad and I are landowners and residents in Tazewell County, and we're also members of the United Citizens of Tazewell County. Our group has been working together to update the current wind ordinance in Tazewell County so that it will better protect the health, safety, welfare, property rights, and values of all Tazewell County citizens. Wind energy conversion systems, to me, are not wind farms. They are really industrial power plants that landowners allow to be built on their property after signing a contract which could last up to 57 years for land that is zoned for agricultural use. The current Tazewell County ordinance for WECs does not provide specific guidelines to follow for setbacks from homes or municipalities noise, height restrictions, decommissioning, wildlife, shadow flicker, ice throw, or blade throw. It is no wonder there are currently 3 wind developers working in this county. The wind turbines also create interference for internet, cell service, TV satellite, radio reception, weather radar, and life flight support. Our proposed text amendment addresses all of these issues. Collectively, the United Citizens of Tazewell County could have signed up thousands of acres for wind turbines and had been paid a considerable amount of money to do it. Instead, we chose to spend our time and money to try and protect all of the citizens of Tazewell County from a wind ordinance that does not adequately protect its citizens. The United Citizens of Tazewell County have collectively spent over 1,000 hours of our time and thousands of our dollars researching the risks associated with WEX. We are also concerned that landowners are signing contracts without understanding the health risks associated with turbines that are built too closely to their residences. To my knowledge, turbine manufacturers no longer release safe radius requirements for wind turbines to the general public, but data from older models suggest that no one should be within 3,000 feet of a wind turbine during an electrical storm. The current Tazewell County ordinance has a setback of 750 feet from a property line of a dwelling. Interesting that the wind companies do not want their employees to be within 3,000 feet, but think that it's okay for the property owner to be within 750 feet. A moratorium would give the board members time to request a safety manual from the 3 wind developers that are currently working in Tazewell County without allowing for the development of new wind turbine projects during the moratorium period. This would allow the board to make a more informed decision regarding WEX. I realize that there are many people here who have a different point of view than mine, but the vast majority of those present and speaking on the wind company's behalf have been paid by the wind companies for their testimony. Most of them are from out of state or from Chicago. The people speaking on behalf of the United Citizens of Tazewell County are volunteers who live, work, and pay taxes in this county. It is very alluring when the wind companies offer lucrative contracts to landowners and the promise of money to counties to build new roads, fund schools, etc. It appears to be an easy choice to make in favor of allowing the wind companies to build turbines. However, I am asking you to look beyond the money and research what is best for the citizens of Tazewell County. I am asking you to protect the citizens by updating this ordinance. Your 2021 directory states of the Tazewell County Board and offices that you are, and I quote, keeping people first in all decisions. Central Illinois has been blessed with some of the most fertile land in the entire world. It is more than just farmland to us. It is our way of life. Illinois is the #1 soybean producing state and the #2 corn producing state in the United States. We feed the world through the grace of God. Are we being good stewards of this gift if we allow too much prime farmland to be used for industrial wind? I pray that God will enlighten us, guide us, and tell us what we should do according to his will.
Okay, you need to wait there a minute. Any questions from the zoning board?
At the beginning of your statement, you talked about interruption of Wi-Fi, radio, cell phone signals, and light flight. That's the first we've heard, at least as far as I know, heard about that. in the last 2 evenings. Could you tell me where you got that information from?
The internet.
Land use? Yes.
Yes, my question is, who's your current electrical supplier?
Cornfield Energy. Mhm.
What do you think?
Do I know where they get their power? No, I do not.
I think there might be a possibility of source wind energy now.
It's possible. Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, county board? Yes.
On your comments on the workers, they don't want them within 3,000, you said 3,000 feet.
That's what the previous, the last safety manual that was available to the public that we knew of said that they did not want their employees within 3,000 feet of a turbine during an electrical storm.
Oh, I didn't hear the electrical storm. Okay, and then it was what, 700 feet, I believe, for the.
The Tazewell County ordinance is currently 750 feet from a residence. So, I mean, is the person who lives in their house supposed to leave to get 3,000 feet away from it?
Okay, that's all I have on. Thank you.
Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Dean?
Yes, sir. Hi, everybody. My name is Dean Nafziger. I'm sixth generation to live on my, 5564 Hiddle Road, Oakdale, Illinois, 61747. Good to go? Yep. So I'm Dean Nafziger, sixth generation to live on my family farm outside of Oakdale. My daughter's seventh generation. I visualize this whole situation we're in as a triangle. Side one is a wind project that includes the wind company, landowners that signed up. Side two is the county. Side three are the citizens and communities where these projects will be, the people who will live underneath them for the next 50 years. So what do both the county and the wind projects have in common? They're only interested in wind energy in our county for one main reason, and that's money. Anyone can argue until they're blue in the face a million reasons why they may support a wind project outside of that, but everyone in this room and are forced to sit outside know that this is the main driver here. Wind companies, like any other businesses, are focused on profit. If land owners were asked to sign up without receiving any financial compensation, so little land would get leased that a project would be impossible to get started. If the county wasn't promised what they believe substantial dollars, they would not allow out-of-town companies to do large-scale projects that ruin the landscape and create divide in these communities in the process. So what's the main driver for this third side of the triangle? Is it money? No. We want a decision to do whatever we please without our property rights being infringed on. I'm all about people being able to do whatever they want with their own property, making decisions they think are best for their family. That's the American dream. That's what this country was founded on. Some people felt like it was best for them to lease their ground for a potential wind project. That's completely their decision, and they have the full right to do so. That being said, there are systems in place to make sure that any project being done in the county is done properly to protect both neighbors living in the area and the county itself. Some great examples of this are homes, sheds, pools, and even fences. Strict guidelines are in place and due process is done to make sure that everyone is protected and everyone's property is respected when considering these new projects. And you, the ZBA, know this better than anybody in the room probably. The new ordinance submitted is a guideline to keep the negative side effects solely on the property that is participating in the project. Is that different than any other ordinance you have in place now? Shadow flicker and noise have been brought up. Do you know the shorter term for these two words? Trespassing. If either of these enter onto my property without my permission. There are literally two companies here telling you that they're only interested in doing projects if you pass an ordinance to allow them to trespass in Hopedale, Delavan, Arlington, Minear, Mackinac, Allentown, and Tremont, where land is currently being leased. This is not a small footprint. This is a large majority of the county, or a lot of land down at the southern edge of the county. This proposed ordinance is not stopping wind projects from taking place or companies approaching the county. All this does is require wind companies to get more land and homeowners involved via good neighbor agreements that waive the setbacks. This is so great for the community and has no ill health effects. They should have no problem getting these signed. And if they're unable to get enough support, that means that enough people have raised their concerns and that a project is not best for the area. It gives the taxpayers in the county the full confidence that their property rights will be respected. You know, my opinion why there haven't been any projects done in these counties with a similar ordinance yet, that's kind of been touched on, kind of their main point here. Because when companies are smart, they target counties with the weakest ordinances first, aka why multiple companies are here right now bringing in dozens of people with fancy titles to try and convince us that our weak, outdated ordinance is just fine. The weaker the ordinance, the more money to be made for the wind company while spending less to do so in the process. Common business, everybody understands that. Wind energy is not going anywhere. These companies aren't going anywhere. They may slow down their projects here to try to quick do a project under a weaker ordinance elsewhere, but they're not leaving. They will be back. So in conclusion, we have three sides of the triangle. How does everybody win? Because that's everybody's goal here, is for everybody to win, everybody to be happy. This new ordinance, side one can still do a project. They will just need more people to get more people involved. Side two, the county still gets their money when a project goes in. Side three, the voices and concerns of the people are protected, and we can welcome wind energy into the county knowing their property will remain protected. Thank you.
Okay, zoning board members, questions? Yep.
Same question again. Where do you currently get your power from?
Cameron.
You're aware that some of that is probably wind power.
It is possible.
Where would you like to get it from? What's a good source of power? Good, clean source of power.
I honestly think nuclear is the most efficient, but for me, it doesn't have anything to do with the power. It's about trespassing. Them coming onto our properties without permission. It's nothing, to me, it's nothing about power. I support wind energy if it's done safely and respects people's decision. You can do whatever you want with your property, but it needs to stay on your property. It shouldn't be forced upon me.
How about fly ash for a power plant? Is that trespassing or falling on your property?
Technically it is, yeah.
Okay, no question. Thank you.
Yep.
Land use? County board? You're excused.
Mr. Chairman.
Kiana?
Yes. My name is Kiana Nafziger. My address is 5564 Hiddle Road, Hopedale, Illinois, 61747. Let me ask you a question. Why do... Is that better? Try to get to start over. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Why do you care about wind development in Tazewell County? Take a few seconds to think of a few reasons you do, or maybe you don't. Now, another question I have for you is, what is your actual knowledge or firsthand experience with wind turbines? Think on that for a bit. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that less than 5 people in this meeting actually live by or near a turbine. So where have you interacted with them in order to have a knowledge base to make your decision upon? Have you been to someone's home who lives near one? Have you viewed them from a distance on the horizon? Perhaps the only time you really ever see a turbine is when you're traveling away from your home. And what do you think of the turbines you've encountered? Do you pass from your vehicle and think, they seem harmless from a distance, glad those aren't around my house? Or maybe, I like the ideas of turbines, but I sure wouldn't want to live under them. Or I live in town, so this doesn't affect me. Now let me stop this train of thought right there. This is why you should care. What may seem as a small decision to some will have a monumental impact to many. Mainly to those whose homes and everyday life will be directly impacted by the effects of turbines. While health effects can be highly debatable, as we heard from last night from a few paid-off doctors, what matters is that someone else's property rights are being taken away. Turbine effects are crossing property lines and affecting homes who do not wish to participate. This is why you should care. Someone's home, the most comforting place to them, is being taken for them. Can you imagine how that would make you feel? My heart just races thinking about the idea that every day my neighbors, my parents, myself, my child, my friends will face the noises, the shadow flicker, and the perpetual concern for our property rights. This is not right, especially when we know that wind developments can be done in a manner that will minimize these effects as proposed in our ordinance. It might require a little bit more work on the behalf of wind developers, but I'm sure you aren't scared of hard work, are you? I read something the other day that the best public policy is made when you are listening to the people who are going to be impacted. We are going to be impacted. Maybe you will not be, but there are citizens in our county who do not have a choice, and their safety and rights are being undervalued at the expense of developing energy. The support is out there. Families live within wind power plants in our very state and deal with them 24 hours a day. In this very moment, many families are probably seeing the blades flicker through their home onto their very dinner table. No amount of blinds or money could ever fix that. It is their home and they were there first. Wind projects need to play by the rules and respect property lines, just as we all have to do when we want to build something. But we have written off firsthand and word-of-mouth experience of the people affected because they're not scientific or they're not endorsed by a corporation. So if we're not going to learn and take preventative measures from the very people being impacted, who should we listen to? Wind developers, the people who will not live under the turbines? Often the tactics and marketing of selling a product such as wind energy are focused on conducting business like EDP or Invenergy does, rather than focusing on the moral obligation to do what is right. We have seen this before in history. Asbestos was fine until years later, major problems. Smoking while you're pregnant, it was fine until all of a sudden it wasn't. BPA was promoted in plastic until we realized the negative health effects. In 2018, the FDA banned 7 synthetic food additives that had been approved and used since 1958. There was a time when it was normal to ride around in cars without our seatbelts until it wasn't safe. You get where I'm going with this? Every generation has something they think will be the solution to their problems. They are marketed as great, healthy, effective, and it might even make your life better until it doesn't, until enough years have passed to realize we were living the clinical trial, and the effects seem to linger and continue to make more of an impact than we can comprehend. We are writing our children's history. This is why you should care. Maybe that is 50 years from now when the contracts expire, or maybe it's the first day that the turbines begin turning and someone has unjustified trespassing violations onto their property. I don't know. But I do know that the bottom line is that the local government has the ultimate responsibility to its people. Do you care about wind development in Tazewell County now? If you don't yet, maybe the county's motto will encourage you. Right on the very homepage of www.tazewell.il.gov, it states, keeping people first in all decisions. We need to care about wind developments not because of monetary interest, but because of our neighbors, because of our future generations. So dear ZBA, your neighbors of the county are sitting in front of you, asking that the rules and regulations be put in place for the industrial wind power plants to follow. When I invite someone into my home and I ask them to take their shoes off, they do it. Maybe they think it's restrictive, but for my home, those are the rules. If we're going to be a county that invites wind energy into our homes, it needs rules to follow and protect the people. This means that the people who live here, not companies from Chicago or Houston, the citizens of Tazewell County and our county need to have the final say in the form of our proposed wind ordinance. They often say when there's a will, there's a way, and this ordinance allows significant development. There might just be a few more house rules to follow. Thank you.
Okay, zoning board questions? Land use? County board? I did not understand one of your opening statements or comments, and it was something about 5 people living in this room under a wind tower or something.
I was just saying that I'm going to guess, and maybe you guys can raise your hand, who actually lives under a turbine or near one right now?
Do not raise your hand.
So I was making the point that we are making a decision on all of these people here. We don't live under one yet. We don't know the effects. So we need to listen to the people who do and the studies that show it and all of that.
But there are people in this room that live under.
So I was saying, I'm going to guess there's less than 5, showing that there's a minority being supported in this decision. So we have to listen to that elsewhere since a lot of us haven't dealt with it yet.
Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Joyce?
Joyce Blumenshine, address 2419 East Reservoir in Peoria. Good evening. I am a volunteer and founding member of Central Illinois Healthy Community Alliance. We are a coalition of groups and individuals who for numerous years have advocated for clean energy, clean air, and clean water for the health of each and every one of you and families and the future children who will live here. Clean air and clean water are critical for everyone's well-being. You may wonder why I'm here tonight from Peoria, because I grew up in Tazewell County. The first 18 years of my life, the most formative and I must say idyllic years of my life were in Washington. Washington back then had about 6,000 people. It's well over, I think, 10,000 now. I at one time worked in Pekin. That time had about 30,000. It's over that now. So if we start adding up the citizens of Tazewell County, let's take a moment and pause here. Who are we talking about for the citizens of Tazewell County? Who are we talking about that are really represented by the decision making by your committee tonight and by the boards of the county? You elected officials have a tough job, and I respect and honor you because you have a lot of decisions that are made for this time in the space and time we are in, but that have ramifications for long times ahead in the future. And the issue before you tonight, both issues, are part of that. When I grew up in Washington, we didn't think much about air quality, but both my father and my mother, I can tell you, had breathing troubles. And in summers, when the air got heavy and thick, my mother, who had COPD, chronic obstructive lung disease, would have trouble breathing. And there were numerous times that I, as her daughter, went over, tried to pick her up, and took her to the ER room because air quality matters. Particulates, which you cannot see, you cannot feel, but that are in the air from coal-fired power plants and other exhaust, can kill people. They can harm people's health for a long time. Maybe one of you knows someone who has asthma or other health problems. So advocating for clean air has been a passion of mine because I saw dearly loved ones suffer and die from air quality. Well, air quality is an issue for this subject tonight. We need clean energy. Our group, Citizen and Clean Energy Healthy Alliance, supports clean air. Wind energy is a key component of clean air and changing the whole pattern that has contaminated our air from coal-fired power plants and water. And I can tell you the heavy metals in that are dangerous too. So let's talk about Pekin, people right in this immediate area, going to Hopedale and around. Let's talk about one of the native people of Pekin, Sandra Steingraber, an amazing author, researcher, biologist. If you don't know her, she talked about toxic trespass, and her book Living Downstream is just a tribute to concerns about the environment. Her thoughts were, if we don't clean up our environment and move to clean energy, what kind of future will we leave for our children and their children? Clean energy is essential. June 3rd, last week, New York Times and many other reports. Parts per million of carbon dioxide in the air in this planet reached 450 parts per million. Now, if that doesn't sound significant, the level at which you all have enjoyed your lives and that our agriculture has depended on were 350 parts per million. We are over 150 parts per million right now due to pollution from carbon-based fuels. We are at levels of carbon dioxide, according to the New York Times, you can look it up, or on NOAA, National Ocean Atmospheric Database, for millions of years ago. We have not been at this level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and that is changing our climate. Whether you believe in man-made climate change, the icebergs are melting, ocean levels are rising, oceans are gathering heat, ocean life is at risk, and if you don't think that puts human life at risk, let's pause and think a minute. What does your agriculture, our food source, depend on? A system of climate, temperature, and rainfall, and patterns that you can grow crops. We face a future that is unknown because we are living guinea pigs in now a climate changing, rapidity impacted area. So I bring that up tonight because we've heard a lot about local landowners and local interests. Let's open up our spectrum of concerns tonight a little bit broader for not just us right now, but let's open it up beyond property lines to the community as a whole, which includes everyone in Tazewell County and their interests. And those of us who like clean energy and want clean energy really want wind turbines. I subscribe to a solar farm because I have too much shade where I live. And I support clean energy, and so does the, I think there are many people here too that would do that. So I'm a little off top, I'm not sure about the time yet, but I will, thank you. I thought so, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm not an expert, but I wanted to be here tonight.
Okay. Zoning board questions? Land use? County board? Okay, you're excused. Okay, next 5. Are we still in order? Okay.
So is this one 4?
Okay. Make sure. Tracy Fox, Barbara April, and Shreffreels, I apologize for names, Kelly Sands Reisinger, Andrew Ham. Those 5 people, please. Okay, I'm going to ask your name. You're Kelly? Okay.
Kelly Sands Reisinger.
Okay, wait a minute. You're not first. I'm trying to see if anybody else is here. Tracy Fox? No. Barbara Aper? And Shreffreels? SCHREIFELS. And you're Kelly?
Kelly Sands Reisinger.
And Andrew Ham. Okay, we'll do this with you at this point. You hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, this is my understanding is that this may be a little different situation. Okay, we're all right. So, okay, name and address for the record, and then you can start.
Kelly Sands Reisinger. I live at 25880 Boynton Road in Delavan, Illinois, 61734. Good evening. My name is Kelly Sands Reisinger, and I reside in rural Delavan amongst the Rail Splitter Wind Farm, which is located south of Hopedale in Boynton Township and is owned and operated by EDP Renewables. I am here today to voice my opposition to and concerns regarding the proposed expansion of the wind farm. While I can see the positive economic impact the wind farm has had on the community, particularly for the local farming families who rent out their land, it is necessary to also highlight the negative impact being made to provide deeper transparency. My main concern with the wind farm expansion is centered around how the company appears to be transforming our community from agricultural to industrial and eventually more commercial. The threat of urbanization by investors and large corporations has become real and evident. Although this will not happen overnight, it remains a possibility. Now that they have been allowed in, just how far will they go to continue profiting off our natural resources? Are we going to allow them to take over and continue to divide us? Even though the land they place windmills on belongs to the farmer, the agricultural integrity of our farming community is being threatened and may not remain intact for our future generations of farmers due to the industrialization. To tell you a little about myself, I come from a long line of Brenneman ancestors.
I am also a full-time doctoral student at Illinois State University's Mennonite College of Nursing, and am passionate about health policy and patient advocacy. I will be working with an executive director for A&A Illinois this upcoming school year and begin serving on a few boards and committees at my college. I have a wealth of work and life experience, which has made me well prepared to serve as a patient advocate for others. This is why I come here today, for the citizens of Hopedale, Delavan, and any other rural community being confronted with these issues. The Brunnemans immigrated to America from Germany in 1832, were Mennonite Christians and helped found many local Mennonite churches. They first settled in Hamilton, Ohio, and later moved to the area. Daniel and Jacob Brunneman, who were father and son, purchased farmland in 1878 in rural Hopedale and Delavan. Other Brunnemans also purchased farmland in the area around that same time, so deep roots have been established here. And I won't go into all the family line, but if you're interested, it's pretty interesting. So, since originally settling in the area, much of the Brunneman land has been sold off to local farmers, which has helped other farming families build generational wealth. However, the farm erected by Daniel and Jacob Brunneman remains. Upon my grandfather Russell's retirement, my father took over the farming operations. Now that my father has retired, my brothers Kyle and Kevin Sands continue to farm the land. This makes them 7th generation farmers of the Brunneman land, with almost 150 years of family farming between everyone. Upon the passing of my grandparents, I decided to purchase their home from my father and ended up moving back onto my family's farm. The land my home sits on was initially owned by the Herhammer family, which I lived on as a newborn. An aunt of my grandmother Lila's, Margaret Seaton, had married into their family. May Rust, one of their Herhammer descendants, left her land to my grandparents upon her passing. May's mother was a Betzelberger, who still have family living in the area as well. I am telling you all this to highlight the rich history the Brunnemans have in this area, even here in Pekin. Now the land surrounding the original Brunneman homestead has become overrun and industrialized by the wind farm and is at risk for becoming even more so. When the wind farm was in the initial planning stages, my grandfather was approached about placing a windmill on our farm. However, he resisted the temptation of their monies and refused to sign a contract. I was initially indifferent to the development of the wind farm, but I knew it was causing my family stress as it was being developed due to the changes it was creating to the environment. I heard complaints from my brother and his family, who were living in the farmhouse at the time, about how noisy they were and how they would cast shadows on their property at times. The flashing red lights at night also created a distraction. Our farm is surrounded by them in all directions, with almost 15 of them being within a half mile of the original Brunneman homestead and my home combined. No longer can I take my long country walks to enjoy the beautiful outdoors without being confronted with them and the noises they produce. It is especially noisy when it is very windy, which makes it sound like airplanes are flying overhead at all hours of the day and night. I feel there is a strong psychological and environmental impact associated with having them close by, even as I must make time out of my life to write this letter and come here today to voice my concerns. I yearn to be free of the windmills and am feeling suffocated by them. It causes me depression and anxiety to think about how we are losing the tranquility that living in the country is supposed to provide. The reason many of us enjoy living in the country is because we appreciate the peace and quiet of the great outdoors. Now that is changing, and I am forced to live amongst the windmills because I cannot just simply leave my family's farm. I am here to carry on the legacy of the Brunnemans and will not allow EDP Renewables or their key stakeholders to win this battle without putting up the fight of our lives. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Zoning board, questions? Land use? County board? Okay, you're excused. Okay, in that group, there was only one. Here's the next group of 5. You're double checking, make sure their paperwork's in order. Okay, Bob Jorgensen, Jacob Zumo, Clark Zumo, Christian Johnson, and John Baker.
Okay, do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, Bob.
Thanks, I appreciate the time and the chance to comment. Yes, sir.
Name and address.
Oh, I apologize. Bob Jorgensen, and I live at 212 Sunnybrook Drive, East Peoria. I am in Tazewell County. I used to live on Egg Ranch Road, so right on down the way. I've been a Tazewell County resident for over 50 years. I had a couple of areas I'd like to comment on. We have heard the concerns for birds. I do appreciate it. I should first say that I'm chairperson of the Heart of Illinois Sierra Club. Sierra Club is the largest and oldest environmental organization in the world. So I appreciate your concern for the birds of this area and the world. I also have those concerns. You've mentioned your fear of wind turbines and the birds. Some just general stats here. Birds that are killed by cats every year, 2 to 4 billion with a B. Cars, I had no idea that so many birds were hit by cars. Hundreds of millions. Buildings, 1 billion birds are killed every year by flying into a building. Airplanes, 500 million. Yeah, who knew that so many birds were killed by man-made objects? Wind turbines. It's estimated in Smithsonian Magazine there are 140,000 to 230,000. So it's an incredible order of magnitude lower than all the other numbers. And I also like eagles, but you know, some birds are more important than eagles, the ones that are pollinators. But that's really not here or there. If we do go into and mention the eagles, there are about 317,000 eagles in the lower 48 states. And in Illinois, we have the most eagles in Illinois during the wintertime when they are here for, a lot of times it's fishing by the river. There are about 3,100, so 3,100 eagles in our state. And then when the weather warms up, a lot of them fly north. And you can see that the turbines are an incredibly small number compared to all these other things. And then again, with eagles, there's only 3,100 of the eagles in our state at one time. And I don't know of any recent eagles that have been struck by wind towers. But just because I don't know it doesn't mean it's not happened, but it would be a very small number. So that's my comments about the birds. I did also want to mention, again, where are we getting our power from? Well, in the past, we've gotten it from E.D. Edwards, and we've gotten it from the coal-fired power plants in the area. Central Illinois has been one of the, we've got more coal-fired power plants in our area than most, or we have in the past. We had 4, and thank goodness we're closing some of them now. It's known, it's been proven, and it's been that health of people that are breathing the toxic pollution, the fly ash, and so forth that's going up the stack, is giving people cancer. In Peoria, it's one of the, oh, thank you. So because of wind power, we're going to have cleaner air. It's going to help people's health, going to cut down on the number of asthma problems. And I guess I'll end it there. And thanks for giving me the encouragement to finish.
Okay, zoning members, questions? Land use? County board? You're excused.
Thank you.
My name is Jacob Zumwalt. I live at 19280 Toboggan Avenue in Delaware, Illinois. I am a current resident here in southern Tazewell County, more specifically the Delaware area. My family has been farming and residing in this area for 5 generations with hopes to continue the legacy well on into the future. I've came here tonight to show support for amending the current wind ordinance. Prior to this meeting, I did send an email to all 20 county board members with my story I'm about to present, as well with the video evidence of a very sad but real life situation that took place in 2019 in Adair County, Iowa. This situation was caused by windmills and Wheat County ordinances. I'm not going to sit here and touch on the video because it speaks for itself, and I urge every single person in this room to watch it. It can be found on YouTube, or go ahead and just contact any of the 20 board members. They have it in their inbox. What I'm here to speak about actually tonight is my most recent experience that I had with windmills in Mason County. I bought a farm in Mason County about 5-6 years ago. I came into Mason County with the thoughts that, agricultural runs in my blood, and I trying to better my whole operation, family operation. A little to my knowledge that soon I had 5 windmills pop up surrounding my entire farm. I had no idea of this happening until the deal was done due to NDAs signed by participating neighbors and also weak leadership from Mason County. My aerial applicators have voiced to me they will not be willing to fly my field due to the risk caused by windmills. You might not be aware of this, but last year was one of the worst disease pressure years that we have ever experienced due to tar spot and wet weather. Fields that didn't get sprayed took massive financial hits. As a beginning farmer, I have very little resources, and I have much more exposed risks than the season deaths. And this would be a financial death blow that I most likely will not be able to recover from. The ability to carry on my family's legacy would be in question. Due to ordinances in Mason County, I was just far enough away that not one single of those 5 surrounding windmills I qualified for even the windmill companies giving me a good neighbor or any help with my situation, but far enough, close enough that I potentially can't get sprayed. So I'm left holding the bag. They also built roads up around my field that were paved. They built them up to 8 to 12 inches with gravel used by local deposits that I'm sure that they depleted. These ditches are extremely steep, and there is no shoulder, so I cannot pull off the side of the road anymore with my large agricultural equipment. I am a product of corporate agenda. This is the problem with having such low setbacks from neighboring properties. The tower is placed close to property lines to minimize agricultural impact, as was stated by Katie. What this really means that participating landowners get the impact minimized, while non-participating neighbors get to carry the weight. The impact circle does not get smaller, it gets shifted to wherever the tower is. If you're a farm and you truly believe in this technology and that this is the answer for creating energy that could last the test of time for generations, by all means, get a tower. But your decision is your decision alone. You should have the right to make your own decision and take part of the annoyances and risks that come with it. That's partly what you're getting paid for by the windmill companies. But if that means you have to put a tower smack dab in the middle of your field, I feel that's right and fair. The consequences of a person's actions shouldn't extend outside their property lines and without approval of neighbors. I do want to state that I know in Mason County, all the energy that was produced from those windmills do not stay in Mason County. It gets sent out of state. I'm feeling that that might be a similar situation here. And I also wanted to state that I have solar panels on my shed that supply enough power of what I use. That's all.
Okay. Okay, zoning board, questions? Yes.
You stated aerial application of pesticides, herbicides, whichever. Is it, they won't fly within a certain range of those towers, or they just said your farm completely is out of that now?
What I understand, it's out. This year I have beans down there, which I'm planning on using a ground rig. Hopefully it's dry enough, and I'm going to be revisiting for corn next year. But as of right now, it's, from my knowledge, it's not a good situation.
Okay, thank you.
Land use? County board? Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Yep, name and address.
Clark Zumwalt, 6234 Allen's Alley, Delavan, Illinois. And to follow up with our Mason County situation, for a fact, it does affect our self-service down there. It's happened. People that live down there are affected with their internet, I've been told. I know those for facts. We're still learning issues because it's just, we're not even quite a year into them. So we're learning issues down there. But I am a homeowner, landowner, and a farmer in Delavan for 50 years. I have many concerns about the development of industrial wind farms in Tazewell area. Due to the time constraints, I will only be able to discuss a few. Number one, it is not clear who these companies are, where this energy is going, and who is financially benefiting from using our tax dollars, land, and resources. These companies paint themselves as local. I'm not sure about that. The energy that is sourced does not stay local, even in Illinois, from most of these projects that I've heard about. In Logan County is where I grew up. That one's not staying local. I know Mason County, we were told, we were at those hearings, it doesn't stay local. Don't know about this situation, but I'm assuming it does not stay local. The energy, let's see, I also have, it also has not been disclosed who financially benefits from the income from these wind projects that they generate. It is important for the board to do their due diligence to understand these topics before getting into business with these companies. Number two, windmill farms are heavily subsidized by taxpayers' dollars. The board needs to reflect on whether industrial windmill projects would still be profitable without state and federal funds. It is challenging for Tazewell citizens to accept
these massive, expensive projects if they don't pay for themselves. Otherwise, taxpayers are on the hook to support them. The industrial project strategy is to sign as many people up for nearly lifelong contracts before all citizens are able to get informed on these issues discussed. Many people that I have spoken to who have been contacted by companies are mostly absentee owners. These individuals do not have to live by these windmills. In fact, they prefer it that way. I have been directly told by an acquaintance that he wants to sign up for as many wind turbines as possible to benefit financially, as long as they don't put them by his house. Which leads me to my third concern. Neighbors are becoming enemies, and conflicts are rising between families regarding this matter. Industrial wind projects are dividing our communities. Many people are quick to take the money as long as they are not directly impacted by the daily nuisance of living near the developments. Good neighbor agreements do not ease or alleviate my concerns. In speaking with people who have signed good neighbor contracts, many of these individuals regret doing so, as it prohibits them from communicating issues that they may have with these developments. They acknowledge that it is basically hush money, is what I have been personally told. These individuals realize that they do not have the financial means to fight against these companies. They end up accepting these agreements because they understand nothing will change and they will have to live with the wind turbines no matter what they do. It is a double-edged sword. The final concern I have time to address is the unknown implications of long-term effects of these industrial wind turbine projects and our resources. Tazewell County has some of the richest soil in the United States and world. It is known that these structures deplete our limestone quarries, which has created shortages at times and resulting in higher costs for the material for our residents. These structures will inevitably become obsolete with new technology developments. The board must weigh the impact of industrial wind projects will have. Our soil is our greatest resource and asset, and we must put measures together to protect it at all costs. I want to make it clear, I do not oppose technology. I oppose all the unknowns and negative consequences that come with this development. The fact windmills completely change and take over the landscape is not a small issue for the public. EMS helicopters, aerial application of pesticides and fungicides, and property rights in general.
Need to wrap it up.
A few landowners get money, majority of homeowners and landowners get nothing but to try to live with turbines. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning board questions? Land use? County board? Okay, thank you, you're excused.
Hello, my name is Christian Johnson, and I live at 103 West Stratford Drive in Peoria. A little bit background on myself. I've spent 8 years, in the past I spent 8 years as an operations and maintenance manager and the head guy boiling up on that rooftop doing renewable energy, water and solar. Worked with the technology for years, and I know it works. I have a lot of animosity towards the things I had to fix, but at the end of the day, I know the technology is real, it's tangible, It's here and it's great stuff. And that's why I actually, over the last 2 years, have moved into trying to educate people on it and do some advocacy work across the state. I've had the opportunity to go to many different counties and talk about this kind of stuff. I've seen what it looks like when a county is working towards developing an ordinance that's fair for the community and also fair for developers. I think one of the issues that's very central to my beliefs is that the landowners, they do have a right to do what they want to do with their land. And obviously that needs to be fair. You can't just go trampling on your neighbors. But that goes both ways. Someone shouldn't have their neighbors, maybe you have 10 people in an area that do want to build something. You have one individual that says no. And that's why these ordinances need to be crafted in such a way that they take both sides into account. I think it's also important to remember what this is and who we are as a country. We've always thrived off of innovation. We've thrived off of building businesses and building infrastructure, stuff that lasts, that's here physically in the United States, things that can't get sent overseas, things that don't disappear overnight. When stuff gets built, like these wind turbines, for example, or a factory or something, those jobs can be there in that place. It's a physical part of the community that is developed, and it may be different, but it becomes part of the community's, the farming community's way of existing. I'm sure when the first modern grain elevators were built, they were very different than what was before. Maybe people thought they were ugly back then. They probably don't now. They probably think of those as a vital part of what it means to be a farmer. I think it's also, I'm going to kind of close this up. I think it's important to realize that while this talk here that we're having is claimed to not be with the intent legally of banning wind development, I think it's important to look and be honest with ourselves about what the practical implications are of what's being done here. And I think that Mr. Lucas Hands may have said something very, very pertinent. Maybe he said it best. And I can't speak to what he was thinking when he said this, but what I can say is that I've heard this kind of talk a lot in my life, and it's very concerning to me. And it's, well, if you want to do that, you can just spend more. And that's something I think a lot of us have heard recently, and I'm not sure that's a message that I like, and I don't think that is a message that speaks to wanting to approach something with a level of honesty and reaching across that aisle and working with those neighbors. And that's all I had to say.
Okay, zoning questions? Land use? Yes.
Been taking a pass at most of these, as you've noticed, but this young man has got me just a little confused. It could be the late hour, but it could be the presenter. So I've got a couple of questions for you. You talked about your previous job. Who did you work for? Well, where was your location of work, and what is it that you did? And my last question is going to be, what exactly motivated you to come here and talk to us? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Now, I know I'm going to get a reaction from the fact that I used to work in Orange County, California, a family business out there that I got the opportunity to start with my father. We grew from 5 people to 75 people. A lot of jobs are provided by that. Although I got a little bit sick and tired of living in California because it's, well, it is a little overregulated. Maybe that's an example of why. When I got the opportunity, I got hired by a group called the Land and Liberty Coalition. I work with the Conservative Energy Network, where we have operations in multiple states. I'm the state director here. I've got friends in several other states that do, they're my counterparts, they do the same thing. And we work together a little bit, but I'm pretty independent here. I chose to live in Peoria because I have a long family history There are 5 generations of my family have lived in Peoria, so that's why I decided to come back home here.
Thank you. County Board? Okay, you're excused.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Baker. My address is 2685 Southeast Windermere Drive, Tremont, Illinois. There's so many things I want to say, but I only have 5 minutes, so I'll try. First, a rebuttal: I am not paid. I don't have a windmill. I'm not going to get one. I worked almost 40 years in the coal plant, in the generation side in coal-fired power plants. 22 years plus here in Pekin at Powerton. The last 15 at Havana Power Station that recently got shut down. I'm kind of mixed in between. I know that we have to do something for our environment. Shutting those plants down, the company I work for shut down 2,000 megawatts in 1 week. They're lined up to shut down Edwards Station at the end of this year, and probably 3,000 more in 4 more years. Some of that state regulation, some of that is economics, because the prices, believe it or not, have been ridiculously low. So now we're kind of in a bind, and I don't think a lot of people understand. Ameren just announced a 48% increase in your power bills immediately. Their aggregate for Peoria negotiates a price with providers wherever. Their contract is up. They've negotiated. They won't negotiate because the prices are going all over the place. Nobody knows what the prices are going to be. East Peoria just announced today that theirs is the same way. They were paying 4 cents a kilowatt hour. It's going to 12 cents, 3 times, triple in 1 week. Something's got to give. You know, I think we shut down too many coal plants too quick. MISO, people on the power side will understand what MISO does, but it's a government agency that regulates, has control over the grid, all the way from Minnesota to Louisiana. They assumed that renewables would catch up and they could start retiring coal plants. Well, it didn't happen. So there's a shortage. There's supply and demand. You can't store electricity. You cannot save it. You have to make it instantly when it's being used. Something has to happen. I'd really like to know where we're going to get our power. And the gentleman said nuclear. That's a great idea. Would you like a nuclear plant next door? I don't think so. What are we going to do with the 1,000 years worth of fuel that's sitting in the basement of those? Every single nuclear plant in this country has still got all the spent fuel it ever you burn, ever, because there's no place to put it. I've been in a coal power plant. I've sucked lots of fly ash. I've seen, yeah, I understand they need to go. So what are our options? I mean, there is no perpetual motion machine that magically makes electricity. It's going to triple in cost for a lot of people. And yet, no, we don't want this. You know, nobody's going to build new plants. Natural gas is too expensive. There's not going to be another, there hasn't been a new nuclear plant started in 20 years. Coal plants can't make money in this state. You know, I don't know what your options are, to be honest. And the wind is a viable option that really needs to be considered. And, you know, our family farm is right in the middle of a rail splitter. They've been there for over 12 years. You know, my family are Boyntonite, you know, born and raised, married in Boynton Church. I know people, many people that live there. They have had positive experiences. A lot of the things that you have brought up never happened. You know, nobody has those sleep issues. And, you know, getting information off the internet, oh, I can do that too. Whatever you want to find, it's there. You just got to look. So I guess in closing, they've been here. This isn't a company that just flew in and wants to take money. You know, a gentleman brought up money. Of course there's money involved. If you got free electricity, somebody tell me how to do that, where you get it. Where do you sign up? You know, should a farmer give his crops away to a starving family because it's the right thing to do? No, the farmer needs to make money to survive. So does a utility. You know, this is a capitalist society. We don't get to just magically, I don't know, I guess it frustrates me because brownout's very possible. The government doesn't want to talk about it, but Illinois has screwed up how they did this whole transition thing. And prices are going to be high for a long time. The only option is windmills. And I hate to see them go to somebody else because we changed an ordinance to so far one way for a group that isn't speaking for everyone in Tazewell County. I have a lot of ties to that area. And they're not speaking for me, and I don't want them to speak for me, but I just want to make it clear, nobody's paying me. This isn't, I don't get anything out of this, but I think it's the right thing to do. We have to. So that's all I got. I'll stop.
Okay, zoning questions? Land use? County board? Okay, you're excused. Okay, we're gonna do 5 more tonight and then probably recess until next Wednesday. And then we're gonna have another 20 some odd comments next Wednesday, along with the last 2 or 3 things on our agenda, so. Okay, Jeff Brenneman, Pat Wagner, Gary Hall, Luke Oyen, and Eric Schmidtgall. Jeb, is Jeb here? Jeb Brenneman. Okay, Pat, Gary, Luke, and Eric. Okay. Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, Pat is first.
Hi, I'm Pat Wagner. I live in Peoria, Illinois.
Address.
716 East Gift. It's on the East Bluff. I'm a third out of 4 generations, Tazewell County, farmland. Grandpa farmed, went to school with F. Dirksen, by the way. Out in the country, sharecropped, and we're very proud of that. And so I understand the concept of land being sacrosanct. It's hallowed ground. I still own land in Tazewell County. My parents are buried over there. A lot of my family is buried over there. And a lot of my cousins and uncles. Uncles still farmed until they died, and the kids kept on with it. So there you go. So I'm committed to Tazewell County, even though she goes, Peoria boy, gal on the East Bluff, really? I get it. I get it. Which is why it's so special to me and why I'm so concerned about clean energy. and why I'm so concerned about how we each get along. I apologize, I'm gonna ramble a little bit because I kept adding notes because everybody was so eloquent. The petitioners were so eloquent in their concern and their passion, as were the objectors. And I kept vacillating. But what I would ask the board to do is consider everybody counts or nobody counts. Where are you going to draw the line? Whose life is more important? My life is no more important than anybody else's, but it's just as important. And I would extend that to that respect and that love and that concern to each one in this room. And so the board has a big responsibility to look after all, like you've been told, to look after all the people in Tazewell County. Those are people who live in the city. Those are people who are privileged and gifted and able to live in small towns who, I might add, so we don't draw a line there, work in the big cities and come home to live in the small towns. And there are those of us who live in the cities who love to go to the small towns and just sit back and go, yeah, this is nice, thank you. So we got to work together on this. We got to focus on what we're trying to do. Everybody knows that clean energy is wind turbines. They're much cleaner than coal-fired power plants. The coal ash produces, among other things, cancer, heart attack, asthma. It strikes the most debilitated people first, but it does strike them. Wind is a homegrown energy source. It's totally sustainable. It helps everybody. It diversifies the national energy portfolio by decreasing our reliance on imported fossil fuels. It decreases our dependence on imported transportation fuels. And in this day and age, I think we can all agree that, yeah, that's an issue. It stabilizes the cost of electricity and reduces our own ability to avoid price spikes and supply chain disruptions. And again, been there, done that. Sound familiar? It does increase revenue for communities. Do you really care where people live? Do they live in East Peoria? Are they going to live in Hopedale? Are they going to live across the river in Peoria? Really? Really, people? I mean, they're going to come and they're going to work in your community and they're going to spend some money there. If at a gas station somewhere, they may buy a house there later. Who knows? You can't quibble over that. The farmers do. Farmers agriculture is tough business these days. Even I, as a city girl on East Bluff, know that all too well. So these lease payments to landowners and farmers are nothing to be sneezed at or looked down your nose at. It keeps the family farm, keeps that land at home. So you have a increased employment and a variety of needs and good paying jobs. It's just not fly-by-night construction. And no offense to those in the construction industry, but you know what I mean? Like we get somebody who can just carry the nails from point A to point B, drive the truck, but these are jobs you can depend on to feed your family. It also helps to generate millions and millions of dollars in local, not only state taxes, but local taxes as well that help your education funding. I support wind energy and respectfully and thankfully, thank you for letting me talk and ramble a bit. I would encourage each of us to work together on this. I think it can be done. I'm really tempted to say, and I got to say it, my dad would say, the only thing is, the only buddy.
Wrap it up.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I don't think, I was saved.
Okay,
We're not
zoning
gonna go-
members, questions? Land use? County board?
Thank you. You're excused. Okay, Gary?
Ready?
Yep, name and address.
My name is Gary Hall. I live in Peoria, Illinois. Street address, 1926 North Northcrest. I grew up in Creve Coeur. I know, not many would admit it, but I grew up in Creve Coeur. Yeah, Tazewell County. Okay. You may wonder why I'm here in Tazewell County about this wind moratorium and ordinance issue. Well, I am a labor union member, and I've been a member of 974 for 55 years. I've had union jobs and whatever on the election committee, but I'm not going to bore you with all those jobs. I know the importance of projects such as wind energy. Development for my brothers and sisters in labor, because jobs for this area really matter. To me, this wind energy is a twofer. First of all, it's jobs. Second of all, it's good for the environment. It's a lot better for the environment than coal-fired plants. I don't know if the folks behind the proposal before the ZBA think at all about the jobs and livelihood for others. I sure hope you on the board will, looking at all the issues, include jobs and the county economy. Because those who vote against jobs probably won't get reelected. Those jobs mean local purchases and a lot more workers spending money in Tazewell County. The jobs lost and the millions of dollars in economic development for Tazewell County will be lost at the critical time for wind energy development. The way I see it, it is the economy of this area would be helped by new wind projects. One other thing, years ago, Texas went with wind energy, wind power. And they had their own, right now, you've got 3 energy grids, East, West, and Texas. Now, true, they probably aren't keeping up what they should, but those wind turbines, they still worked when the rest of the energy there that went out did not work. So, like I said before, we've got a twofer going on here. Jobs and clean energy. And I'm ready to answer any questions or sit down and shut up. How about you?
Zoning questions? Land use? County board?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, name and address.
I'm Luke Hogan, 2009 East Jackson Street, Wilmington, Illinois. And I'm here because I'm a business representative for the IUOE Local 649 out of Peoria, Illinois. More specifically, I represent Tazewell County. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 330 members that live in Tazewell County. Some of them retirees, some of them active members. Number fluctuates, so from here to there. There's a lot of stuff that's been brought up that I am in no way qualified to comment on. I won't try and tell people what is supposed to annoy you. There's a lot of things that annoy me that My wife says probably shouldn't, but they still do. So I'll stay out of that realm. What I can talk about is, and there's been some concern brought up, is if these projects are actually done using local labor. Without getting too far into the weeds, and I'm going to go on past practices here, we've had great luck with EDPR, and we have done projects with Invenergy. So far, in our area, in our local, the surrounding locals, Central Illinois, Northern Illinois, we've had 100% union when it comes to the construction. These projects are done under international agreements, but they're worked to the local collective bargaining agreements. Part of these local collective bargaining agreements, 3 craft agreements. You got East Peoria Iron Workers, Pekin Laborers, Peoria Operating Engineers. Part of these local collective bargaining agreements include a right of first referral when it comes to hiring these projects. So yes, you will get a handful of travelers on these big projects. But before they hire in or bring those travelers in, it means they have to go to the local hiring halls first, call up for the jobs and say, we need these jobs filled, and we get to fill them first. And we've had just fantastic luck. I would go to say we have some of the premier locals when it comes to building windmills in this area, in the country, matter of fact. I can't speak to the iron workers or laborers. I know they do a hell of a job training. IUOE, our members have spent, I wouldn't want to put it, hundreds of thousands of dollars when it comes to certifying and qualifying our members, training to the industry standards of building these wind towers. We have a highly skilled, highly capable local workforce. Again, like I said, 330 some members in Tazewell County alone. So even if you say, and I hate to say it, but you might get a guy that comes from Hancock County, comes and works on this deal here in Tazewell. It bothers me too, but it might just happen. But what I can tell you he's going to do, he's going to get a hotel to stay at in East Peoria. He's going to go out to eat. He might go down to some clubs in Creve Coeur. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for all that, but it's happened in the past. That's what I'm doing here. That's what's important to me. Like I said, I'm not going to get into the weeds with all the other issues. I know there's a lot of concerns with these. I was born and raised in southeastern McLean County, right outside of Cooksville, Illinois. So we've had our fair share of windmills put up down there. Like I say, I won't get into that, but that's all I got.
Okay, zoning questions? Land use questions? Yes.
Thank you. What local are you with?
Local 649, ma'am.
Oh, you're operating engineers out of Peoria.
Operating engineers, yes.
Okay. Obviously, is the electrical workers, I mean, you kind of.
You got me.
You kind of left them in the lurch, didn't you?
I gotta say,
yeah,
you know what, you got me there.
Okay, I thought that's what you said, and I do appreciate you coming.
Yeah.
And spending the evening. Thank you both.
51, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Don't tell them I did that.
Okay, one more. Okay, board members, yes.
I just had a question, how many operating engineers capable of this are sitting there?
Right now, I'd have to check. We'd have maybe 1 or 2. But when these projects are proposed, we have them sitting ready, rolling off other projects that can roll right in. So in 2025, there's a very, very good chance. And as much as our members love these wind projects, they'll pull every trick to get on them.
Okay. You're excused.
I'm Eric Schmeckoff, 11881 Boston School Road, Mackinac, Illinois.
All right, you just gotta pull that up. There you go.
That sound better?
You're a tall guy. 6'5".
I'm a third generation farmer from eastern Tazewell County. I've lived there my whole life. I've not signed a contract to put a wind turbines on my property, but some of my neighbors have. As we have emphasized many times, to each his own. That is their right.
I pay property taxes in this county from property line to property line. So as a taxpayer, I expect my family rights to be respected. If my neighbor has a wind turbine on their property, it should never be annoying, a nuisance, or a threat to any of my members of my family health. Now, for future generations, that is one reason I strongly am in favor of the proposed setbacks. Dictionary definition of nuisance: the unreasonable, unwanted, or unlawful use of one's property in a manner that either substantially interferes with the enjoyment or use of another's individual property, or an act of an omission that obstructs, damages, or inconveniences the rights of the community. The dictionary definition of annoyance refers to the unpleasant mental state characterized by irritation, frustration, distraction, or anger. If maintained, it can lead to a deterioration of health, well-being, and even to violence. Health is defined by the World Health Organization, or WHO, a state of complete physical, mental, or social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Scientific studies have shown wind turbine noise to be annoying to substantial percentages of the population. The WHO considers noise-induced annoyances to lead to deterioration of health. I built my home 21 years ago on the family farm that has been farmed for over 100 years by us. We designed the house with two different large sets of windows that face west so we could enjoy the sunsets. If flicker is allowed, and they have admitted it is unlikely flicker can be eliminated, it will be most likely be mornings or evenings for an hour for probably about 30 days in a row if they get 30 hours a year. I cannot understand how that is acceptable. They're offering good neighbor contracts that stated last will pay dollar amount yearly, which may cover window treatments, do away with the flicker. Why are they allowed to now, after 21 years, to come in and help me decorate my home? Why do they offer good neighbor contracts? Are they admitting these turbines may be a nuisance and annoying? I had the opportunity to sign a contract, and as a large landowner in my neighborhood, I probably could have made money to help pay my property taxes. Sometimes it's not about the money. I do not believe my neighbors who have no opportunity to collect from this project should deal with the negative impacts of a turbine may cause. I encourage our elected county members to seriously consider the proposed amendments and protect the rights and safety of all citizens of Tazewell County.
Okay, zoning questions? Land use? County board? Okay, you're excused. Okay, at that point, we will recess till 5:30 next Wednesday. The first 5 people next Wednesday will be Jeff Kaiser, Robin Nolting, Carl Schmidtall, Kimberly Cetra, Setraycic, and Eve Zubal. Okay. We are in recess.